Chapter 4200. Even though he had a certain understanding of the demonic snake guards, Zichen was still somewhat surprised by the scene before him. Looking at the 5 people who had already assumed battle stances, the old Blindy said, "The demonic snake guards have always been like this. Slandering the spirit race is their natural duty. How could there be so many spirit race people in this world who would resist? They just want to frame us," Zichen said. "If that's the case, then there won't be any more burdens." He waved his hand, and a gust of wind appeared and soared into the sky. The 3 people who were charging forward were unsteady, and the 2 people who were forming hand seals at the back were also disrupted. When the 5 people saw this, their expressions changed greatly. The person in the lead shouted, "Sir, this is a misunderstanding." The black gust of wind approached and turned into a powerful hurricane, enveloping the 5 people. Like being cut by a knife, the 5 people's defenses were instantly shattered, and then their bodies were attacked by 1,000 cuts. When the gust of wind dissipated, the 5 people had lost their lives. Zichen glanced at the old Blindy and said, "Consider this my contribution to the spirit race." The old Blindy collected the 5 corpses, not showing any courtesy to Zichen. This was because Zichen had not collected the corpses of the commanders from before either. The spirit race people here did not have a good life, and Zichen was only one person here, so he could not help them too much. Naturally, he would help as much as he could. As they continued forward, Zichen suddenly said, "We can slow down a bit." The old Blindy immediately understood Zichen's meaning and said, "Do you want to change people? No one knows what you look like, right?" Zichen asked. "I'm afraid of causing trouble for you, sir." "I'm here to cause trouble." The disappearance of 4 commanders and tens of thousands of demonic snake guards was of course a big matter, and the demonic snake guards were constantly sending out divine spirits to search for them. Soon, Zichen and the old Blindy were stopped by a second group, and they still wanted to capture the remaining survivors. Zichen did not waste any more words. After shaking his head twice, he immediately took action, contributing to the spirit race's development again. They did not advance quickly, either fast nor slow. As long as they were not divine venerables, he could deal with any enemy that came. Zichen had only collected all the corpses. He had not cleaned up the traces of the battle. It was not difficult for the demon snake guards to find this place. The leader was still a commander. After the 4 commanders had lost contact with him, he had stayed in a nearby city. Now, he was ordered to come here to investigate. There were traces of a battle here, and there was a lot of demon blood, but there was no trace of the demon snake guards. He scanned the area with his soul power and discovered the teleportation channel. Could it be that they've all entered this place and are hunting down the astrals? The commander opened the passageway, and he stepped in first. The others entered in a single file, and then stood in the air, in a state of alert. There was no one in sight, only a city and a complete mess. This world was empty, but the smell of blood was very strong, indicating that a large-scale battle had taken place here. When the devil snake guards saw this, their expressions changed, and their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the commander's expression changed. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Everyone flew forward. Because the sky restriction domain was still in place, they suffered some small losses. Then, everyone advanced on the ground and arrived outside the city. Compared to the mess they had seen along the way, the battle here was much better. The entire city had not suffered much damage. It could be seen that the battle outside was very intense, but the battle in the city was much less intense. What had happened? There were so many demon snake guards, so why did they stop fighting after arriving here? Why did they disappear? The commander had a bad feeling in his heart, because this disappearance was very likely to be death. Now, apart from searching, they could only wait for the latest news from headquarters. Search! Look for any suspicious clues! The commander waved his hand, and everyone scattered. After a while, they made a new discovery. A teleportation channel that seemed to be used to leave had been forcefully destroyed. This teleportation channel was not big and could not allow everyone in the city to leave. Look again. The commander already had a certain answer to his original guess. They found nothing. Confused, everyone decided to evacuate. As soon as they returned to the entrance, the latest news came. The life tablets of the 4 commanders, the vice commanders, and tens of thousands of demon snake guards were all shattered. As the news spread, there was an uproar. Such a loss was unprecedented. How many spirit tribe members were there in this small world to be able to kill tens of thousands of elite soldiers? 4 9-star commanders had died one after another. Could there be a saint venerable among the spirit tribe? At this moment, a demon snake guard flew in from another direction. Sir, we have the latest news. The city lord of the demon ward city was killed for no reason. The frustrated commander said indifferently. What does this have to do with us? The subordinate continued. The son of the city lord of the demon ward city, Huaidu, is also dead. He was the captain of the demon snake guards. According to the news, he was killed when he was chasing after the remaining demons. The commander looked around and said, Spread out and look for clues. I will go to the demon ward city. A city without a city lord would naturally be in chaos. However, this was not what Mo Fij was concerned about. He wanted to know who the remaining spirit tribe member was. Perhaps he could find some clues. The others spread out in all directions to look for possible spirit tribe members. Mo Fij took 2 of his subordinates and went straight to the demon ward city. The demon ward city was still peaceful. There was no big commotion, but everyone in the city was talking about the strange phenomenon that day. Many people said that the spirit tribe member deserved it. Under such a peaceful situation, there were many conflicts of interest and the fight for the next city lord. Mo Fij spread out his soul power and found a commander. The commander was secretly discussing with his subordinates about seizing power. Mo Fij's sudden appearance in front of them gave everyone a fright. You don't need to tell me about your matters. I am here to ask about the remaining spirit tribe member, said Mo Fij, looking at the pale-faced people who were obviously frightened. The remaining spirit tribe member did not appear. The commander was the first to react and told him what he knew. Mo Fij listened quietly. His expression began to change. This was not the first time that the demon snake guards had used such a trick. He was familiar with it. In fact, when he was young, he had done it many times. But this time, things seemed to be different. There was actually a demon willing to stand up for the spirit tribe? After thinking about it, Mo Fij decided to go and see for himself to see if it was true. When he arrived at the Lien family, Mo Fij found that this family was the calmest in the entire city. In other words, they were the only ones who had not participated in this conflict of interest. If the information was correct, being able to stay alive was already the greatest benefit for them. Let your patriarch come out and talk. Mo Fij's cold voice rang out. He was already sitting in the Lien family's guest hall. Lien Lijue flew over. When he saw Mo Fij, he bowed to him. The steward came with Lien Lijue, but he did not dare to enter. Let me ask you. A few days ago, did Huaido come here to capture the remaining spirit tribe members? Mo Fij asked coldly. Sir, please clear the Lien family's name. Lien Lijue bowed again and said, That was true, but there are no remaining spirit tribe members in the Lien family. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Lien Lijue explained the situation in much more detail than what the commander had told him. This included how the city lord had recognized Zichen as a demon the first time he attacked, so he immediately said that it was a misunderstanding. He explained everything in detail. Even the building that Zichen had destroyed had not been repaired. Instead, the Lien family treated it like a sacred place. Because of this indescribable fate, the Lien family had avoided a disaster. Lien Lijue went to take a look. He muttered to himself. Could it be that an important person descended from the heavens? Recently, the demon realm had not been peaceful. Important people had appeared everywhere. Of course, Mo Fij himself was an important person. But he had never heard of an important person with a demonic beast. He did not suspect too much. He just thought that Huaido was a fool. As for the city lord, he was used to throwing his weight around in this small place. Did he really think that he was the heavenly king? But that person had a good temper. If it had been him, he might have killed the city lord and accused him of colluding with the spirit tribe. That would have been a great achievement. The demon snake guards had captured many spirit tribe members over the years, but they had also captured some demons who had colluded with the spirit tribe. Compared to the former, capturing the latter gave more achievements. The round trip took less than a day. Embark, who had not found any clues, was very depressed. At this time, a subordinate came to report that more than 10 people had gone missing. They had lost contact with them. Oh? Did they find something? Every small team of holy spirits had a detailed plan of their route. When all the teams were combined, it was like a large net, leaving no place for the enemy to hide. Embark looked at the route the holy spirits had taken and asked, "Did they send more troops?" Another 5 teams were sent over. 5 teams meant 25 people. Even if they could not kill the dead spirit tribe members, they could delay them for a while. "Let's go and take a look. At the same time, inform the others to approach this direction. Once we find the spirit tribe members, kill them all." Embark pointed at the map and said, "Yes." Asterisk 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 Zichin and old Blindy were still walking forward. They found that their demon snake guards were like mechanical puppets, saying the same thing. After they finished talking about the dead spirit tribe members, they were all killed by Zichin. Old Blindy walked forward and collected the corpses and soul weapons. "Is this the power of that place?" Old Blindy was a little surprised because the power Zichin had displayed was too strong. "It is indeed better than this world, but not by much," Zichin said. "There are wars and chaos everywhere. Killing people is more common there. If we just look at the overall environment, the atmosphere there is quite good." Old Blindy sighed. "It's a pity that we can't see it." Zichin was puzzled and asked, "This is the demon world. Why are there spirit tribe members here, and so many of them?" This was a question that had always been in his heart. Why did the spirit tribe not stay in their own world but come to the demon world to suffer? It all started many years ago. At that time, there was a great war between the spirit tribe and the demon world. The demon race invaded the spirit world, causing great suffering in the spirit world. In the end, the demon race did not succeed in invading the spirit world. When they returned in defeat, they brought some slaves to the demon world. This was not the first time old Blindy had answered this question, so he did not hesitate and said very smoothly, "Today, a portion of the spirit tribe members were born in this way. But there is also a portion of them who followed the demon world people and killed their way here. They are the descendants they left behind in this world. Most of the spirit tribe members that the demon snake guards want to capture are of this type. For countless years, the demon race who have been recuperating have always wanted to kill their way into the spirit world. They have tried one plan after another, but none of them succeeded." Old Blindy changed the topic and said, "However, there has always been a legend in the demon world. When the demon god awakens, it will be the time when the spirit world and the demon world go to war. At that time, the awakened demon god will only need a glance to see through the sturdy gate of the spirit world." Demon god? Is that an existence that surpasses the demon sovereign? Zichen's expression changed. Until now, he only knew that the strongest person in the world was the saint. This is only a legend. No one has seen the demon god. Even the demon race people do not believe in the existence of the demon god. Otherwise, they would not have tried to enter the spirit world time and time again. However, the only thing that is confirmed to exist is the legendary demon god beast. It is said that it is the demon god's war pet. Just as they were talking, there was an abnormality in the sky. Zichin said, "It seems that they have discovered us. There are quite a few people coming." The two of them continued to walk at a moderate pace. The 5 small teams quickly approached them. One of them said, "Let's take them down first." This time, they did not even need to talk. However, this was also good. Zichen's figure flashed and appeared in front of that person. Just as the other party's expression changed drastically, Zichen's fist landed on the other party's head. With a bang, the demon snake guard fell to the ground. He was dead. Following that, Zichen's figure flashed again. Like a bolt of lightning, he began to wander around the group. Every time he came into contact with them, one of them would definitely fall to the ground. When the others saw this, they immediately retreated. Obviously, they knew that they had encountered a powerful character. One of them sent a message to the sky. Zichen did not stop them because he could not stop them. The only thing he could do now was to kill the people in front of him before the other demon snake guards arrived. After using all his strength, Zichen killed the enemies very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had killed all the demon snake guards. The old blind man stood below and collected the last corpse. While Zichen was fighting, he did not stay idle. After collecting the corpse, the old blind man lamented, "If our people were as strong as you, the spirit race living in this world would be much better." Zichen's figure landed. He did not know what to say because in the entire Saint Spirit realm, there was only one such person like Zichen. The two of them continued forward. However, this time, they did not go very far before they were surrounded by the Saint Spirits. These holy spirits had varying levels of cultivation. Zichen no longer had any misgivings and began to attack. Those with lower cultivation levels immediately retreated when they saw that the situation was not good. There were many saint spirits. Of course, Zichen would not be able to deal with them all. Some of them began to flee. In another direction, Emofige, who had received the news, was rushing over with 2 vice commanders. PS 2 in 1. Chapter 4201. Old Blindy brought Zichen to a mansion built into the mountains. The mansion was spacious and connected to several mountains. In front of the door stood a stone pillar with the words, Jing Mansion, engraved on it. The door was wide open and there were no guards. As the two of them passed through the 2 words, Old Blindy produced a command medallion. He waved it around and then entered the mansion. The closest city was still 1,000 kilometers away. Along the way, they passed through the mountains. After a few simple decorations, the scenery became extremely beautiful. There were no servants. Perhaps they were deliberately avoiding them. Under Old Blindy's guidance, the two of them reached the peak of the mountain and saw a large hall. A person stood in front of the hall. Looking at the two of them, he smiled. Rare guests. Truly rare guests. It was an old man. He seemed to be in good spirits, and wore a sincere smile on his face. Old Blindy cupped his hands toward the old man. I've been busy lately. It really has been a long time. The old man leaned to the side and said, Please. He didn't enter first as he usually did. Old Blindy was a bit surprised, but didn't say anything. He walked in front. Zichen was a bit slower and followed behind. This old man was the customer that Old Blindy had mentioned. The two of them had come to the Jing mansion to make a deal and to gather some information. After entering the hall, the door closed automatically. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, but there was no one in sight. Zichen looked around, using his soul force to probe every inch of the place. As usual, the restrictions have been lifted. Only the two of us, no, the 3 of us, will know what's to be traded. The old man smiled and indicated for the two of them to sit down. He slowly pushed the cups of tea he had prepared earlier toward the two of them. The blind old man nodded in thanks, but he did not drink it. Zichen, on the other hand, took a sip. He was curious about the tea in this world. It tasted bitter in his mouth, but there was a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste. During this time, the old man's attention was mostly on Zichen. He seemed to be very curious about him. Taoist Ling, you usually come alone. Why did you bring someone today? And someone so young at that? The old man asked with a smile. This time, there are more items than usual. I can't handle them all by myself, so I called for another person. Apart from that, we also need to gather some information, said the blind old man. The old man said awkwardly, You know the rules. Doing business with you puts a lot of pressure on us, so we can only do business with you. Old Blind nodded. Don't worry. Name your price. Then let me see how many good things you've brought this time. Speaking of business, the old man was very curious. Old Blind stood up and took a few steps back. Spiritual light flickered in front of him as items appeared one after another. They were all weapons of the demon race, and many of them were protective armors. Looking at these things, the old man's expression changed. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized the unique symbol on them. Demon Snake Guard. All the weapons were from the Demon Snake Guard. What happened last time was still spreading like wildfire. As the head of the Jing residence, he had no choice but to listen. The tens of thousands of Demon Snake Guards disappeared within a day, along with several commanders. It was said that they were swept away by a mysterious energy and brought to another world. This was what was told to the outside world to avoid panic. As the head of the Jing residence, the old man naturally had first-hand information. They were all dead. All dead. The weapons that appeared in front of him proved this point. Soon, the surroundings were full. The old man waved his hand and a restrictive power appeared, enveloping the surroundings. The space in the main hall changed. An independent space appeared, and all the soul weapons and armors were sucked into it. The surroundings became spacious again as all the soul weapons entered that space. Only the armors and soul weapons remained. The old man said, "We've done business for many years, but it seems you still don't trust me? Last time, the 4 commanders disappeared, and there were tens of thousands of Demon Snake Guards. How many Holy Spirit level armors were there?" Old Blind said, "It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm afraid there are too many. The Jing residents can't handle them all." The old man said indifferently, "Not to mention this little, even if there were several times more, it wouldn't be a problem." Zichen sat to the side and drank his tea. Both sides had their own way of doing business, so he didn't want to participate. Old Blind took out the armors and higher-grade soul weapons. The old man's eyes lit up. When the 4 highest-grade commander armors appeared, the old man glanced at Zichen. Zichen poured himself a cup of tea. "It seems the rumors are true. You spirit race people really did kill all the Demon Snake Guards." The old man's expression became a bit awkward. "But to suddenly take out so many things, it's not easy to negotiate. I'm afraid the price will be greatly discounted." Old Blind said, "How much is this? Didn't you say it could be 10 times more?" The old man shook his head and said, "It's not the same. These things are all of high quality. If I want to get rid of them, it won't be easy, and I'll use up a lot of my connections." Zichen put down his teacup and said, "Even though some of these things are broken, they can still be repaired to make a good number of complete armors. As for the Demon Snake Guard's insignia, it shouldn't be too hard to erase them. At that time, it won't be a problem to equip an army of 10,000 people. This is obviously a big business that has been delivered to your doorstep. Why do you have to purposely lower the price and put on such an awkward expression?" The old man said in a low voice, "Young friend, are you new here? How can you not know the rules? Do you know what kind of business this is? And what kind of price would I have to pay to make a deal with you? What? Are you blaming me for this? If you don't believe me, then take these things away. The Jing residents will not do business with you spirit race people." Zichen continued to sit there, his expression calm. "All these years I've heard that you've always adhered to the most basic principles of honesty in doing business. Even if you purposely lower the price, the agreed-upon price has never changed. What, have you seen too many resources today, causing the profits to go to your head?" The old man said coldly, "Young man, what is the meaning of this?" Then, the old man looked at Old Blind. "Spirit Tao, where did you find this young man? How can he be so ignorant?" Zichen sighed and said, "It seems that the principles I learned all those years ago are still useful at all times. Everything is for profit. A staunch ally who hasn't betrayed you, not only because you keep your promises, but also because you don't have enough leverage to betray me. Put away these things and let's go. We won't do business with you today, and we won't do business with you in the future. Do you really think that you can take away the things I've taken out? Chapter 4202. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the equipment capable of equipping an army of 10,000 disappeared. Old Blindy's expression changed. The Jing residence was really going to do a double cross. This sort of thing hadn't happened for many years. Moreover, their dealings with the Jing residents had been going on for over 1,000 years. Jing Chuan, what is the meaning of this? Old Blindy looked at the old man. It seems that after so many years of trading, you've already forgotten my real name. I'm Mo Jing Chuan. No matter what, we're still demons. It's one thing for you to fight on a small scale, but this time, you actually dared to kill so many demon snake guards. How audacious! Mo Jing Chuan extended 5 fingers. If the information is true, you've killed 5 commanders, 5 demon snake guards and an army of tens of thousands. You're now wanted by the entire demon realm. Do you really think I'll let you go? The old man patted his chest. I'm a demon. I have an obligation to do my part for the demon race. Zichen looked him in the eye. You're making greed sound so refined. This is the first time I've seen it. However, because of your stupidity, you'll bring harm to everyone in the Jing residence. I originally wanted to give you a chance to live by taking the item and leaving, but I didn't expect you to keep it. I don't care what you did with the Devil's Snake Guard, but this action is the main reason for your Jing Mansion's destruction. Of course, after you die, whether or not the demon snake guards you've made an agreement with will take your corpses back to claim credit for capturing the demons who colluded with the spirit race has nothing to do with us. Mo Jingchuan's expression changed. Zichen laughed. Now I'll give you 10 seconds to gather your people. After 10 seconds, I'll start a massacre. You! Mo Jingchuan laughed mockingly. 10. Zichen began counting. Old Blindy sighed and didn't say anything. If Zichen wasn't here, he would have suffered a calamity. 9. Zichen counted down. Let's see where your confidence comes from. Mo Jingchuan clapped his hands and several ripples appeared in the hall. Then, a formation appeared out of thin air. This is a killing formation unique to the Jing clan. It has only been used 3 times in the past. Unless you are a heavenly sovereign, don't even think about surviving. 7. Zichen's expression remained calm. He didn't even raise his head to look at the array diagram. Old Blind's expression turned nervous because he didn't know how many tricks Zichen had up his sleeves. 6. Seeing how calm you are, it seems that I have underestimated you. After all, you are an existence capable of killing a commander. In that case, I'll give you another killing formation. And Mo Jingchuan waved his hand again. This killing array is extraordinary. Even a sacred sovereign would be injured by it. 5. Zichen glanced at Mo Jingchuan again. His eyes seemed to say, there are still 5 seconds left. Perform as you please. Mo Jingchuan said, I've investigated you. After you killed Mo Fij, I'd been investigating you. You're just a demon with decent combat strength. But I don't know why you're with the Spirit Clan. You can kill a 9-star commander, but you're not a heavenly sovereign. So you'll definitely die today. 3. 2. Zichen's eyes flashed with coldness. 1. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flew forward and pierced through Mo Jingchuan's body. The other party's body twisted and then disappeared. If you want to kill me, you'll have to walk out alive. Mo Jingchuan's voice sounded from outside the hall. Outside the Jing clan, there were several mountains. At this moment, a person was sitting on one of the mountains where one could see the clan. He was the commander of the demon snake guards. He leaned against a large rock, looking very lazy. From this direction, he could see the main hall of the Jing clan. At this moment, the main hall lit up. Oh, they've activated the killing formation? The commander's eyes lit up. A ray of light flew in from afar and landed in front of the man. Sir, Mo Jingchuan has activated the killing formation and is about to kill the Spirit Clan. The man nodded. Mo Jingchuan invited us to watch the Spirit Clan leader's death. Should we go? Asked the man. The commander said calmly. Why should we go? Does this have anything to do with us? The man was startled and puzzled. Others don't know about that mysterious guy, but don't you know? What if the killing formation can't kill him and he escapes? Aren't we going to die? The commander said calmly. Isn't it better for us to stay here and watch the show? Let them fight each other. We'll only talk about cooperation with the winner. The commander seemed to have thought of something and laughed. Of course, we'll be the winner in the end. Although the man wasn't the vice commander, he had followed the commander for many years and knew the commander's temperament. After the commander's explanation, he understood the commander's plan. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. You should know what I, Lucian, hate the most in my life, right? The man nodded. Lucian said, framing others. It's not that I don't think those Spirit Clan members deserve to die, but that they're too petty. For the meager amount of resources they've accumulated, they set people up and ruined their families. Some even set up an entire clan for a woman. Lucian shook his head. Petty. Too petty. The higher-ups of the Demon Snake Guard aren't idiots. How could they not see that? That's why some people always complain that they don't have enough merit points. If you asked me, it's because the higher-ups are merciful. If it were me, I wouldn't have any merit points at all. I worked so hard to raise you all. Did I just let you eat, drink, and play, then find some random person to mess with me? The man next to him nodded silently. This was the commander's extraordinary ability. Of all the commanders of the Demon Snake Guard, only the commander in front of him didn't have the demon's surname. He was the only one. What was the reason for the 5 commanders being killed this time? Do you really think they reached this point by relying on battle after battle and actual merit points? Lucian said disdainfully. That's just a small trick. Speaking of which, other than accumulating merit points like old oxen, the reason they were able to become commanders was because of their clan's contributions. Lucian pointed at the Jing residents in front of them and said, Do you see that? This is real merit. Even if we can't get anything back in the end, as long as we can bring back evidence of their collusion with the Spirit Clan, even if there's no proof, it's still a great merit. Boom! At that moment, a huge tremor suddenly sounded out. The main hall that had already been set up was forcefully destroyed by a wave of energy. Chapter 4203. After Mo Jingchuan activated the formation and disappeared, Zichen and Old Blindy disappeared as well. There was only one hall left in this room. It was Zichen's hall. Zichen had witnessed how terrifying this world's formation was. Moreover, many of the Demon Snake Guards had fled during his battle with Mo Fij, so there were many who knew of Zichen's strength. Even under such circumstances, Mo Jingchuan still dared to attack him. It was clear that he had made ample preparations. Therefore, Zichen had never planned to face this formation head-on. After entering Zichen's hall, Old Blindy sighed. I didn't expect to lose the item before the deal was done. Zichen comforted him. This is actually a good thing. At least I'm still here. If they wait until I'm not here and then turn against me, it'll be too late. The formation outside activated, and an independent space appeared. A destructive power kept attacking Zichen's hall. Zichen's hall did not move at all. This was the hall that Zichen had created in the past. One could imagine how sturdy it was. Outside the hall, Mo Jingchuan was very pleased with himself. This time, he had obtained so much equipment without paying any price. Apart from that, he had also gotten closer to one of the Demon Snake Guards. When the time came, the two of them would each get what they needed. He looked at the hall in front of him, which was constantly glowing, and sneered. It's not that I don't keep my word. It's just that you're too greedy. You killed so many Demon Snake Guards. Who can protect you when the demon race is angry? The formation was still rumbling, making a huge commotion. Mo Jingchuan shook his head. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but there's no movement at all. You're dead for sure. Even a Saint Venerable would be seriously injured by now. It seems that I overestimated you. If I had known, I would have saved some of my power. After all, the method to replenish this power has been lost. Now it's one less power to use. By the way, is that Commander Lu not here yet? Mo Jingchuan suddenly asked. He's not here yet, someone behind him replied. Then let's not bother with him. In any case, we've already obtained the great merit. Mo Jingchuan was immensely proud of himself. Soon, a quarter of an hour had passed, and the powerful might of the formation began to slow down. Even the energy has been depleted. Let's see if you can still survive. But I'm a little worried. If I destroy your corpses, will it be easy to get contribution points? At this moment, a loud tremor suddenly rang out. The array formation in the main hall shattered, and the roof was pierced through by a powerful force. A person soared into the sky. What? Seeing this, Mo Jingchuan's expression changed greatly. This is impossible, he exclaimed. How can you be unscathed? Standing in the air, Zichen indifferently said, After today, the Jing mansion will become a ruin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen tapped his forehead. Rays of black light flew out from his knowledge sea like black arrows, carrying with them the power of death as they flew in all directions. No one could block this move of Zichen's, unless they were Saint Venerables. On a nearby mountain peak, the lazy Lu Chan stood up and said in amazement, Good fellow, it really is the power of the demon race. A demon race willing to help the spirit race? What a weirdo! Lu Chan flew forward. Sir, where are you going? Asked the person behind him. The battle has already begun. Shouldn't we go and express our stance? Are we really going to pick up the ready-made ones? Aren't we worried that they'll kill us as well? Lu Chan flew forward and shouted. Prepare to attack the Jing mansion. Don't let anyone escape. Remember, don't let anyone escape. Yes, sir. Asterisk 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 Mo Jingchuan was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his opponent would be so powerful. Even the array formation couldn't do anything to him. Now that he had escaped, it seemed that only destruction and death awaited the Jing mansion. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. I'll take everything according to the price. Everything! Mo Jingchuan shouted in horror. At this moment, Zichen was standing in the air, but he was like a god of death, killing one person after another from the Jing mansion. Old Blind stood below. After seeing this scene, his expression was one of shock. It wouldn't be a problem for one person to wipe out the entire Jing mansion. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Which hero is here? Zichen turned around when he heard the voice. He saw an existence wearing the Devil Snake Guard commander's battle robe flying over alone. Commander Lu, save me! Mo Jingchuan shouted. This person is from the spirit race. Zichen looked at Lu Chan and narrowed his eyes. So there's your shadow. Lu Chan suddenly stopped and said, Why does this hero say so? He had opened his mouth twice, and both times he had said the word hero. Zichen somewhat understood what he meant. And who are you? He asked. I am Lu Chan, commander of the Demon Snake Guard. I've heard a secret report that the Jing mansion is colluding with the spirit race to harm us demons. And who are you, sir? Asked Lu Chan. Zichen cupped his hands and spoke in a resounding voice. I am Mo Chin, and I am enforcing justice on behalf of the demons. It's all thanks to you that not a single person escaped from the Jing mansion. Otherwise, I would have been negligent in my duty. Lu Chan also cupped his hands. Don't worry, sir. My Demon Snake Guard is already on the way. I guarantee that no one from the Jing mansion will escape. Lu Chan, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you agree to help me catch the remaining evildoers? Mo Jingchuan was dumbfounded. On the other side, Old Blind was also stunned on the spot. However, his expression was not good at that moment. Impudent! Do I look like a corrupt person? Do you think that just because you hand over your wealth, I'll think you're innocent? That I won't investigate you? Let me tell you, the Demon Snake Guard needs evidence when we do things. Lu Chan angrily rebuked. Sir, please understand. This matter really has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to give you my resources. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. Although Mo Jingchuan still didn't understand what was going on, it seemed to be a way out, so he immediately took over. Lu Chan was even more furious. How dare you bribe me, you bastard! I'm so angry! Brother Mo Chen, I'll have to trouble you to go to that dangerous place with hidden resources and see if there are any survivors of the Spirit Clan. Then, Lu Chan angrily said, Hurry up and take Sir there. And Mo Jingchuan hurriedly nodded. His mind was still muddled, but at this moment, saving his life was the most important thing. Zichen didn't understand what Lu Chan was planning, but the current situation seemed to be in his best interest. Because once Mo Jingchuan died, he might not be able to find all of his wealth. Zichen didn't care about wealth, but the Spirit Clan here did. The growth of the Spirit Clan needed this wealth. Zichen glanced at Old Blind, who shook his head, indicating that he could stay here. Zichen didn't say anything else. Under Mo Jingchuan's lead, he walked toward the secret room. How dare you hide it? Don't blame me for killing everyone in the Jing mansion. Lu Chan's voice rang out again. Mo Jingchuan's body trembled, and he repeatedly said that he wouldn't dare. But when he entered the secret room, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Chan, right? I'll remember you. After Mo Jingchuan, solve this problem, I won't let you go. Chapter 4204. Lu Xun's men had arrived, and it was indeed a huge army. Old Blind stood there, watching the army surround the place in an orderly manner, then kill their way in. No one knew if they were intentionally ignoring Old Blind, but no one made a move against him. Everyone was slaughtering each other. The Jing mansion was in chaos. Old Blind watched this scene silently. He watched as women and children were killed one after another. He watched as the terrified children were killed. He couldn't bear it, but he didn't do anything. Lu Xun's figure finally landed. Earlier, when Zichen glanced at him, he stopped and didn't dare to move forward. Only now did he enter the Jing mansion. He landed next to Old Blind and said calmly, These people didn't keep their word. Don't you think they deserve to die? Old Blind didn't respond. Your heart has already told me that they do deserve to die, but there are too many innocent people among them, such as those women and children. So you can't be cruel enough to kill them. Lu Xun laughed. Don't worry, just leave it to me. You can't bear to kill them, but I can kill them with a clear conscience. Because once someone is alive, my future work will be very troublesome, and of course, you will also be in trouble. Why are you here? Old Blind suddenly asked. I'm here to watch a game, to see who will win. Don't worry, this game is very fair, and I won't interfere unless the result is already decided. Lu Xun glanced back at the hall behind him. If you die, I will take over this place. At the same time, I will mourn for you in my heart, and then kill everyone to avenge you. But you are still alive, and the winner, so I can only bet on you to kill them. Lu Xun suddenly tilted his head and said, That Mo Chin, what is his background? He is a dignified demon, why would he help you? Old Blind said, Do you believe that he would help when he sees injustice? Lu Xun laughed disdainfully. You want me to believe that? You might as well tell me that this Mo Chin is a spirit from the spirit world. Lu Xun's men were all well trained, and they cooperated with each other to kill the enemy with great efficiency. At this time, Mo Jingchuan led Zichen into a secret room, where the Jing mansion stored its resources. After opening the secret chamber, boundless light bloomed, and there were innumerable treasures of various colors. These were the resources that the Jing residents had accumulated over the years. My lord, these are all the resources our Jing manor has accumulated. Please accept them, said Mo Jingchuan respectfully. Looking at these resources, Zichen said, Why did you do this? He waved his sleeve and took away all the resources. He didn't hold back and said, You go out first. I'll look around here, because I don't really believe that this is all the resources you have. Mo Jingchuan's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't resist and left right away. Zichen released his soul power and began to investigate the surroundings. Sure enough, he found another secret compartment. He forced it open and found a black crystal. Zichen didn't know what this crystal stone was for, but he thought that it should be something extremely precious. After that, he used his soul force to continue probing and discovered a dozen more secret compartments. Every single one of them was filled with treasures. When the last secret compartment was opened, Zichen saw a jade box. There was a seal on the jade box, so he carefully broke the seal and opened it. Inside the jade box was an ancient book of the demon race, which had turned yellow. It was carefully stored. There were no words on the surface of the book, only a picture. It was a pair of eyes, empty and lifeless. However, when Zichen looked at it carefully, he seemed to see a huge whirlpool that wanted to swallow his mind. He shook his head and came back to his senses. Then, he used his soul power to protect it, and carefully turned a page. Demon Eye. This was the name of the ancient book. It was a technique. Looking at the material of the ancient book, it should have been left behind a long time ago. Of course, now wasn't the time to study this. Zichen closed the jade box again and checked it again. After making sure that there was nothing else, he left the secret chamber. Mo Jingchuan's fate had been decided long ago. Zichen didn't want to guess whether he lived or died. Right now, he was thinking about how to deal with the demon snake guard commander named Lucian. Seeing old Blindy's strange behavior, he should know him. However, Zichen didn't know why old Blindy, who had always been mysterious, knew a demon snake guard commander. After leaving the secret chamber, Zichen saw Mo Jingchuan's corpse as expected. Other than that, there was no other living person in the Jing mansion. The demon snake guards who were responsible for killing witnesses had all left. Only Lucian and old Blindy were left. Zichen looked at Lucian and said, "You're bold. You dared to stay here alone." Lucian said helplessly, "I had no choice. After all, I'm a demon snake guard. This time, I led the team, so I have to go back and report." Zichen asked. "What do you want?" Lucian said. "Evidence." Zichen furrowed his brows. Lucian said, "A part of the evidence is enough. I only need to prove that he colluded with the spirit race." Zichen took out the spoils of war that Mo Jingchuan had taken. Then, he gave half of them to Lucian. "Is this enough?" "Yes, it's enough." A smile appeared on Lucian's face. With this evidence, as long as he did a few more things, the Jing mansion's crimes would be confirmed. To him, this was a great achievement. The transaction was over, but Lucian had no intention of leaving. Zichen asked, "Is there anything else?" Lucian said, "The transaction here has failed. Even if you have other places to make transactions, because of the large amount, your allies will become greedy. Why don't you cooperate with me? We can make a deal." Zichen looked at Lucian. "You have the guts?" Lucian pointed at the demon snake embroidered on his clothes. "Who am I?" "I'm a demon snake guard, and I specialize in dealing with the spirit race. This has been our mission for generations. If the spirit race is wiped out, then what's the point of having a demon snake guard?" He pointed at the dead Mo Jingchuan. That was just a minion, a brainless guy. To put it bluntly, he was just working for someone else. Perhaps the demon snake guard was behind him. In any case, these resources of the demon race are useless in your hands. You'll have to make a deal anyway. Rather than making a deal with someone else, you might as well make a deal with me." Lucian said, "The resources from the Jing mansion are a sign of my sincerity. You think that a little bit of sincerity is enough to make us believe you?" Zichen looked at Lucian. Chapter 4205. Zichen glanced at old Blindy. He was just a passerby who would eventually return to the Saint Spirit realm. There was no way he could make decisions for the astrals here. "Forget it. We don't have anything to do with you." Old Blindy shook his head, refusing in the end. Lucian, whose attitude had always been good, laughed coldly. "Indeed, we don't have anything to do with each other. You have plenty of things to do with the other demons. You would rather be hunted down, swindled, and cheated than do business with me. Old Blindy said calmly. Business is business with everyone. Is that so? Lucian said. If those astrals who have been doing business with you for so many years and died for you heard these words, would they be happy? Old Blindy's face was expressionless. Sechin said, How about this? You leave behind a token, and I will pay you a visit in the future. Perhaps the two of us can work together. Of course, Lucian said. But I hope that our cooperation will not be limited to this half-useless equipment. Sechin asked. What kind of business do you want to do? Pure demonic energy. Don't worry, as long as the demonic energy you give me is pure enough, I will definitely give you a good price. Old Blindy's body trembled. I will need to think about this carefully, Sechin said. But before we leave, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. I heard that your armies have been making a lot of movements recently. Did you make a big discovery? Lucian's eyes were filled with vigilance. This is a big secret of the demon race. I cannot reveal it. Of course, if we are allies, I can reveal a thing or two. Then we'll meet again. Sechin left, taking everything with him. This time, the transaction had not been completed, but Sechin had profited greatly. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the entire astral had profited greatly. Most of the resources in the Jing residence had been taken away by him. The value of these resources had probably exceeded the value of this transaction. Most importantly, there was still a portion of the equipment that had been traded, which could be used in the future. The two of them did not return immediately. Instead, they went to a city thousands of miles away and found an inn to rest first. If he could bring back more resources, that would be even better. Therefore, Sechin wanted to ask about the enmity between the old blind man and Lucian. Blind old man didn't hide anything from Sechin. He directly explained the relationship between the two of them. Lucian is my disciple, the disciple I was most proud of. Sechin was very surprised, because old Blindy was from the spirit race, while Lucian was a demonic snake guard. The two of them were like cats and mice, natural enemies. The story started many years ago. Lu Chan couldn't bear to see the spirit race being bullied, and he couldn't take revenge openly. He wanted to become a demon. That goes against my beliefs. Once I become a demon, I will definitely be influenced by my environment. Perhaps I will even bully the spirit race even more. Blind old man sighed. We had an argument, and he took the opportunity of a mission to leave the spirit race. By the time I received the latest news, he had already become a member of the demonic snake guard. After that, we rarely contacted each other. In the end, we stopped contacting each other. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would have already become a commander? Actually, there were some things that blind old man didn't say. For example, he had been fortunate enough to resolve many of the spirit race's crises. He hadn't been able to figure it out before, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it had something to do with Lucian. The reason why he hadn't traded with Lucian today was because he didn't trust the demonic snake guard. After all, he had been fighting with the demonic snake guard all these years. Of course, if he hadn't heard what Lucian had said today, he wouldn't have known that the power behind the Jing residence was actually the demonic snake guard. After hearing blind old man's words, Sechin said, Whether it's the spirit race or the demon race, the most important thing isn't a matter of status, but rather a heart that will never change. If I can protect and help the spirit race better after becoming a demon, I feel like that might not be a bad thing. But the demon race only oppresses the spirit race, especially the demonic snake guard. They rely on oppressing the spirit race to survive. Blind old man's tone became much more serious. Sechin said, This is a very common phenomenon, but not all of it. Once you become a demon, you will have even greater authority. As long as you haven't lost your heart, this authority will be the best protection for the spirit race. Just like today, if we had destroyed the Jing residence, then we would still be considered the remnants of the spirit race. But if Lucian did it, then he would have done a great service. The same thing, if done with a different identity, will bring about a completely different result," Blind Old Man said. "So you're saying that I've always been wrong?" Sichin said. "There's no right or wrong in this matter. It's just that the paths you take are different. But the final destination is the same." Everyone understood this principle, and Blind Old Man probably knew it as well. It was just that he couldn't get over this hurdle and let go of the knot in his heart. Sichin took out the ancient book he had obtained before and said, "I found something earlier. Come and take a look." Sichin took out a jade box. Blind Old Man was curious, and he carefully opened the jade box. When he saw what was in the jade box, he was slightly stunned. "What is it?" Sichin asked. "This is a demonic eye, or rather, a demonic eye," Blind Old Man said before opening it. "How do you know?" Sichin asked curiously. "I found it in a small world, but it's obviously a demon technique. We couldn't comprehend it, so we sold it to Mo Jingchuan. I didn't expect him to keep it so carefully, and even put it in such a precious jade box." Sichin was a bit disappointed. He had thought that it would be an incredible technique. Just as he was about to put the demonic eye away, Blind Old Man suddenly said, "The demonic eye is useless to us, but it might be useful to you. I've studied it before, and I found that to activate the demonic eye requires an enormous amount of soul force. And right now, your strength is exactly the same as a demon's, so you might be able to succeed. If you walk the demon realm and master 1 or 2 demon techniques, then you'll be more like a demon." That made a lot of sense, so Sichin decided to study it first. After putting away the item, Sichin asked, "Do you have a suitable trade target in mind right now?" Blind Old Man answered honestly, "I used to, but it's hard to say now. Because there were too many bargaining chips, the balance of benefits might be tipped over." The Jing residence was a good example. Sichin said, "Since you don't have a suitable candidate, then let's look for Lu Jun. Just as he said, he's the one who doesn't want the spirit race to disappear completely." Sichin believed this and agreed with it. As the spirit race disappeared from this world, perhaps the demon snake guard would disappear as well. Chapter 4206. Sichin stayed in the city for a while. During this time, Lu Jun did not chase after him. However, a piece of news spread on the 3rd day. The demon snake guards had found out that the people who were secretly trading with the spirit race were from the Jing mansion. For a while, there was a lot of discussion. In the taverns, the indignant voices of the demon race could be heard. "If it weren't for our own people colluding with the spirit race, where would the spirit race get the resources to grow? The main culprit of the 5 commanders' deaths is the Jing mansion. Fortunately, the Jing mansion has been destroyed by the demon snake guards. Otherwise, I would have gone there personally and flattened the Jing mansion. How hateful! I didn't expect that the people who killed those commanders were our own people." Unlike the demon race, who were filled with righteous indignation, many of the spirit race sighed when they heard this news. Now that the people they were trading with had been found out, it would be very difficult for the spirit race to trade with them in the future. Could they still hold on and survive? To be honest, it was because of the existence of the spirit race and because of their constant resistance that they could live a relatively peaceful life. Because there was a saying in the demon realm, "Where there is oppression, there will be resistance." They did not care about the difference in levels and specifically targeted the demon race. The Astros' lives had improved a lot in the Demon Ward City and the Demon Ward City, not to mention the distant past. Sichin had nothing to do in the city, so he began to comprehend the demonic eye. In the end, he discovered that this was no ordinary spell. Even at his level, it was extremely difficult to master, but fortunately, there was still a chance of success. As for old Blindy, he was busy with his own matters. In his words, wherever there was a city, there would be people there. These people were responsible for collecting information, such as which family was bullying the spirit race, or which innocent spirit race people had died tragically. All of these would be recorded. Old Blindy would make some arrangements according to the contents of the records, such as a surprise attack on a demon clan as a warning to others. The incident of the spirit race last time was still spreading, and naturally, Zichen's name was cursed. Because it was said that the fifth commander was not killed by the spirit race, but by the demon race. You, a demon race member, did not kill the spirit race, but killed your own people. Do you have any shame? For a time, there were some voices of a crusade in some cities. But that was all. In a dimly lit hall, Lu Chan clasped his fists and bowed, standing there motionlessly. In front of him were the spoils of war he had collected. There were resources from the Jing residence, and some so-called evidence. After a long time, a deep voice rang out. You did well this time. Many thanks, my lord. Lu Jin expressed his thanks. How many years have you been following me? The voice rang out again. More than 1,000 years, Lu Jin said. For the past 1,000 years, I've trusted you the most, even if you used to be in spirit. His lordship was a man of few words, and he would not recall the past. His words today caused Lu Jin's expression to change slightly, and he became even more respectful. That's why you have to do the following things even more beautifully. I don't care what methods you use, I just want the final result. Rest assured, my lord. Zichin had been staying in this demon city to cultivate, while Old Blind was busy with his own matters. On this day, someone knocked on the door and entered. It was Lu Jin. Zichin was somewhat surprised. I'm here to trade with you. Of course, you can also say that I'm here to deliver resources, Lu Jin said, after closing the door. Zichin looked at Lu Jin, but didn't say anything. Your equipment from last time is completely useless to you. I can help you deal with it, and then exchange it for resources that the spirit needs. Lu Jin glanced at Zichin. Of course, if you need it, I can also prepare some resources for your cultivation. But I don't think you need them, Zichin said. Do you think I have the final say in this matter? Of course, Lu Jin said. That old bastard respects you quite a bit, although I don't know why. After all, he hates demons the most. Zichin laughed. Is that how you address your master? It seems you already know, Lu Jin said. That's the truth. He has contributed greatly to the spirit race, but unfortunately, he doesn't know how to be flexible. Over the years, he has trained many spirit race members, but he has also killed many of them. Many of them were geniuses who were killed by his stubbornness. Zichin said. So you're still holding on to your principles? Of course, Lu Jin said. I'm settling things once and for all. Zichin nodded. Actually, I agree with what you're saying. Really? Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Zichin said. Really? But do you know why? Why? Lu Jin asked. Because I can maintain my original intentions, and at the same time, I can control everyone. Zichin pointed at Lu Jin. For example, if one day I lose control of you, I can kill you at will, without any burden. Lu Jin suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Zichin continued. Power is everything. The reason why the spirit race is oppressed in this world is because of power. If you were an invincible saint sovereign of the spirit race, who in this world would dare to oppress the spirit race? Lu Jin sank into silence. Zichin continued. Actually, no matter what method you use, the most important thing is to maintain your original intentions. Not only do you have to do this, but you also have to ensure that the people around you can do it. If one day you discover that someone can't do it, you have to have the absolute power to suppress them. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. As long as you can guarantee this, I feel that in this world, only someone like you can make this spirit race better. Zichin took out some resources. There was pure demonic energy, the spoils he had obtained last time, and many things he had taken from the Jing manor that were useless to the spirit race. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the pure demonic energy. Even at his current level, he could still feel the desire from the energy. It was clear how pure it was. You refined all of this? Lu Jin asked in shock. That's right. Zichin nodded. Who exactly are you? Lu Jin's eyes were filled with curiosity. Even many members of the royal family can't refine such pure demonic energy. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to tell me if I can take these resources and give them to the spirit race. Of course you can. Chapter 4207. Zichen looked at Lu Xun. What is it? There are some people that I'd like to trouble you to use your identity as a spirit to deal with. This involves some conflicts of interest, so we can't do anything directly. Lu Xun said. Using the identity of the spirit race is the best. But I'm worried that they don't have the strength, so I hope you can help. Zichen said. Before that, can you tell me what you've been up to recently? This was the main reason why Zichen had come to the Devil Realm. He had come with a mission. You really want to know? Lu Xun looked at Zichen. You think I'm joking with you? Zichen asked. Lu Xun said seriously. That's the biggest secret of the Devil Realm in recent years, and it's also the biggest matter. If an outsider dares to inquire about it, their life will be in danger. Just get to the point. No matter how much you try to scare me or beat around the bush, I won't give you any extra benefits. Zichen's words cut off all of Lu Xun's thoughts. Lu Xun said helplessly. Fine. It's actually a place of opportunity. That's it. Zichen clearly didn't believe him. Lu Chan's expression turned solemn. To be more precise, they found a passageway left behind by the experts of the spirit race who had slaughtered their way into this place many years ago. Originally, they had hoped to use this passageway to leave after crippling the devil race. However, for some unknown reason, the passageway was unable to open, and the experts of the spirit race were unable to leave. Over the years, the Devil Realm believed that they had become stronger, so they tried many methods to kill their way into the Spirit Realm, but they all failed. This time, however, they were the closest to success they had ever come. Because according to the news, the transportation formation is still intact. But too many experts died there, including both Spirit and Devil Realm experts. Over the years, some strange changes have occurred there, and there is great danger. The Devil Realm is currently carefully investigating, but they haven't sent an army there yet. So it was his destination. Zichen's heart jumped, but he didn't show it on his face. You seem to know a lot. Did you deliberately investigate? We are the Devil's Serpent Guard, and we specialize in dealing with the spirit race. Now that we've discovered a passage to the spirit race, we should be the ones to handle it. Lu Xun paused for a moment before continuing. It's just that during this process, there were some different opinions, so we received a certain amount of pressure. Zichen said, So you want my help to eliminate these voices so that you can smoothly obtain this opportunity? Lu Xun glanced at Zichen and said, That's right. It's because we also have quite a bit of internal competition. If we want to obtain this opportunity smoothly, we naturally need to make some arrangements. Zichen said, There's danger inside, but you guys are so active. It seems that it's not just dangerous. Lu Xun said, Because as long as the passage is opened, it will be a great achievement. There will naturally be many benefits. Zichen stared at Lu Xun and sneered. No matter how great the benefits are, can it compare to the benefits of catching traitors? Lu Xun was a bit embarrassed by Zichen's stare. He scratched his head and said, To tell you the truth, according to the information I received, besides the most important passage, there are other opportunities. Not only the demon race, but also the spirit race. After all, the experts of the two races fought a great battle there. This time, Lu Xun didn't try to hide anything. He told him everything he knew. Zichen thought for a moment, then said, If you want me to help you, I can. But after this is done, I need a spot to enter. If it's just a spot, then that's not a problem. Lu Xun nodded. He didn't think for a long time before agreeing. Because if he wanted to succeed, in addition to the strength of the spirit race, he also needed to borrow this person's strength. When the two sides reached an agreement, old Blindy returned. Under normal circumstances, no one would discover what old Blindy couldn't. Seeing Lu Xun here, he didn't say anything. Because he had talked to Zichen before, he had already accepted the cooperation between him and Lu Xun. The resources Lu Xun gave were very impressive. Not only did he not lower the price, but he also gave more resources. According to Lu Xun, the extra resources were because of the pure power of the demon race. After that, Lu Xun left a message and a list of names for Zichen to deal with as soon as possible. Coincidentally, one of them was in this city. This person was a vice commander of the Demon Snake Guard. He was very famous in the Demon Snake Guard, but he was very notorious in the spirit race. Part of the reason Old Blindy came here this time was because of this person. After Old Blindy saw the list, he said, "This matter needs to be discussed. I hope that by killing this person, we can intimidate the small fry in this city and let the other spirit race people live better lives. Scram! All of you, scram! You bastards, don't you have eyes? You dare to startle my master's precious steed? Do you believe that you won't be able to keep your head? All of you who are worse than bastards, scram further away from me!" Even though they were separated by a street, they could hear such a huge commotion. That was the people of the Demon Edge Mansion coming out. Everywhere they passed, there was chaos. The one in the lead was a demon with an impure bloodline. He had just become a one-star holy spirit. He was riding on a strange beast and galloping over. Behind him was a small group of fully armed demons. In the middle of the group was an ownerless strange beast from the devil realm. Behind the strange beast was a carriage, and inside the carriage sat a demon race girl. The leader of the demon race was cursing as he moved forward. Once someone was not fast enough to dodge, they would be swept away by the opponent's energy, or kicked away by the strange beast. Many of them were injured, and some died. Seeing this scene, the girl did not stop them. Instead, she laughed happily. In this Demon Edge city, the Demon Edge Mansion's style was even better than the City Lord Mansion. No one dared to complain. Because the Demon Edge Mansion was a big surname in the demon realm, and the owner of the Demon Edge Mansion, Mo Linkue, was a deputy commander. Therefore, everyone in the Demon Edge Mansion was particularly arrogant in this city. They swaggered out of the city. Everywhere they passed, there was chaos, but no one dared to resist. Zichen stood on top of the city wall and silently watched the departing group. He had already investigated for several days, and was already clear about the nature of the Demon Edge Mansion. These people deserved to die. At this moment, the demon race that left the city was charging at the passers-by who were about to enter the city. Almost all of them were spirit race people who came here to do some small business to make a living. At this moment, those things were scattered everywhere. The Demon Edge Mansion's owner was laughing heartily, completely oblivious to the helpless and sorrowful eyes of those people. Zichen gently waved his hand, and a talisman paper disappeared into the void. Saint Talisman. Thunder rumbled in the sky as several dazzling rays of light descended from the sky. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the group of existences who had been flaunting their prowess earlier fell down one after another. The people were dead, but the strange beasts were still alive. However, they were no longer as imposing as before, hiding and shivering. Such a scene shocked the passers-by who were running away in panic. When they realized that these people were all dead, they all sighed with emotion. Some even knelt on the ground, exclaiming that the heavens had eyes. No one knew where these thunderbolts came from. Zichen jumped down the city wall, and headed straight for the Demon Edge Mansion. He entered the mansion with killing intent. "Who's there?" A loud shout sounded. It was the guards of the Demon Edge Mansion who had discovered Zichen who had barged in. Zichen ignored them. Spirit race people appeared one after another beside him. These spirit race people were all saint spirits, and they directly charged forward. Zichen did not even need to do anything. Everywhere he passed, the demon race people fell one after another. This was a complete suppression of the realm. Zichen had brought almost all the experts from the previous city. Zichen himself walked towards the residence of the vice commander, because Lu Xun had given him accurate information that the vice commander Mo Linkue had returned and was in this mansion. The continuous screams alarmed the vice commander. He walked out of the room and flew up. Standing in the air, he saw everything that had happened in the mansion. He immediately roared. How dare you spirit race people break into the Demon Edge mansion? Quickly activate the killing array. I will not let you bastards return. This roar almost spread throughout the entire city. A ray of light shone above the mansion, as if to form a formation. The demon race's city was a killing array in itself. When the city lord was in the city, his battle strength would be greatly increased, just like when old Blindy was in the spirit race's city. Moreover, there was a clear rule in the demon race that other offensive formations were not allowed in the city, because it would affect the operation of the formation of the entire city. The Demon Edge family was, of course, an accident. Because the city lord did not have the guts to interfere, he could only turn a blind eye. As soon as the formation was activated, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. It was similar to the previous thunderbolt, but much stronger. When the lightning fell, the Emoling family's grand formation collapsed. Seeing this, Emoling Kuei's expression changed greatly. Obviously, a strong enemy had come. He knew that things were not good. Where is the city lord? The spirit race has killed their way into the city. Why didn't you activate the formation? Emoling Kuei's cold voice spread throughout the city again. Although he had always disliked the city lord, he knew that if he wanted to solve this problem, he had to use the formation of the city. At this moment, another thunderbolt fell, striking down Emoling Kuei, who was in the air. Emoling Kuei fell to the ground without any signs of life. At this moment, many people had gathered outside the Demon Edge mansion. Hearing the screams from inside, no one dared to come and help. Because even the vice commander Emoling Kuei was dead, let alone them. The screams didn't last long. Buzz! The formation of the city was finally activated, covering the entire city in an instant. At this moment, the city was sealed, and no one could enter or leave. Even the teleportation formation in the city could not be used. Kill the bastards! The city lord's voice rang out, and he led his team to kill. It turned out that he was gathering his team. Chapter 4208. Kill, don't let a single thief escape! The city lord's angry voice spread through the entire city. The army began to move. At the same time, the killing array in the sky was activated. Killing intent filled every corner of the city. Many spirit race people began to be on edge. They were very worried about their fellow spirit race people who had killed their way into the Emoling mansion. The Emoling mansion suddenly became quiet. It was dead silent. The army of the city came and surrounded the mansion. The city lord looked at the closed door in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. After a slight pause, he waved his hand and said, "Kill!" Everyone charged in from all directions. There was a formation in the sky that was protecting them. But then there was an uproar. Because other than some corpses, there was no one else in the mansion. Many corpses were gone. Even the spirit race people were gone. The wealth in Emoling Kuei's mansion was also plundered. Damn Emoling Kuei! He actually set up a teleportation array. The thief has already used it to escape. After a moment, the city lord's angry voice came from the mansion. There was a rule in the demon race that no one was allowed to set up a teleportation array in the city. Even more so, they could not ignore the city's killing array. Obviously, Emoling Kuei had violated this rule. The city lord returned angrily. He only said to deal with the aftermath. After he returned and closed the door, he finally laughed out loud. After years of suppression, he was liberated. If not for the fact that the Emoling family was still very big, the city lord at this moment would have silently ordered to hunt down the remaining members of the Emoling family and seize their property. Zichen smoothly arrived outside the city. The teleportation array in Emoling Kuei's mansion was no longer a secret to him. Lu Jin gave him accurate information. Old Blind also carefully checked it, including the city lord's attitude. From the beginning, this teleportation array was in the plan. Everyone else returned to Zichen's palace. At this moment, they gathered together and were very excited. In the past, they only fought small fights and killed some ordinary demon race people. But today, they attacked a deputy commander's mansion and won a great victory. Not a single spirit race person died. Only 2 unlucky ones were injured. One of them was Mo Fong. After the crazy battle, he became very weak. He did not retreat in time and was attacked by a sword. At this moment, Mo Fong was sitting cross-legged on the side. He chuckled and said, "Delightful, truly delightful. Those demons are usually so arrogant and don't treat the spirit race as human beings. But in front of grandfather today, aren't they still scared witless? It's not because of you," Yuan Hai said lightly. "If we really want to talk about happiness, it's all thanks to Master Mo Chin. If not for Master killing Mo Linkui, I'm afraid none of us would be alive." Yuan Hai sized up Crazy Mo a few times. "Moreover, if you want to continue to enjoy yourself, then quickly recover. Because in a few days, there will be a similar battle. It's said that this time, it's a 9-star commander." Mo Feng's eyes lit up. The expressions of the other people beside him also became excited. Among the demonic snake guards, the commanders were recognized as the highest leaders. Moreover, every commander was a 9-star saint spirit. Not only did they have to reach the required level, but they also had to reach the required level of contribution. However, above 9 stars were holy venerates. Those commanders were under the Lord's control. At this moment, 5 holy venerates were sitting together. Except for one holy venerate whose expression could be considered indifferent, the other holy venerates' expressions were not so good. "You 4 called me over. Do you have something important to discuss?" that holy venerate with an indifferent expression asked. "Mo Wuda, you know very well what you've done. Do you still need us to say it?" one of them said indifferently. "What do you mean?" Mo Wuda asked doubtfully. "How many of our people have you killed in this period of time? Don't you know?" another person rebuked. Mo Wuda said unhappily, "Brother Ji, you can't speak carelessly. In any case, I'm still a holy venerate. You're slandering a holy venerate for willfully killing innocent people. What kind of crime is that?" Looking at their unsightly expressions, Mo Wuda said, "As for what you're all confused about, I more or less know a thing or two. But I don't know the specifics. How about this? I have a subordinate coming to report this matter. You can all listen." A moment later, Lu Jun walked in. He first saluted the holy venerates, then said, "Reporting to Lord, the matter has been investigated clearly. The battle at Mo's city that day was initiated by Mo Ji Feiwen and Mo Yen Haoguang, 2 vice commanders. They wanted to use a remnant as bait to completely eradicate the spirit race. During that time, there were several vice commanders and 4 commanders in the dark. However, the spirit race seemed to have been prepared. It could be considered a trap within a trap, causing the demon snake guards to be completely wiped out. The spirit race was bold. They killed their way into Vice Commander Mo Linkui's residence. According to the information we received, Vice Commander Mo Linkui did not immediately ask for the city lord's help. Instead, he used the formation in the residence. This indirectly caused the city lord to be unable to open the formation immediately. When the formation in the residence was destroyed, the city lord activated the killing formation again to seal the spirit race. However, the spirit race used the teleportation formation in Mo Linkui's residence to escape. Commander Mo Ji Feishan died in the residence. According to the clues we received, he was retaliated against by a certain spirit race. According to the witnesses, the commander intentionally killed the other party's entire clan and stole all their resources. Then, he used the head of the spirit race's clansmen as a reward. You are talking nonsense. How could our Emoji clan do such a thing? Before Lu Jun could finish, a holy venerate angrily rebuked. Lu Jun calmly said, "Lord, please calm down. We are still investigating this matter thoroughly. Moreover, we have already found some witnesses from that year. If Commander Feishan was wrongly accused, we will definitely give him justice." The holy venerate's expression changed, then he stared at Mo Wuda. Mo Wuda, Mo Wuda? You really live up to your name. You really are Wuda. The holy venerate named Mo Yen mocked. How did our demon snake guard develop? Don't you know? What, now you are looking for shit from other people's butts? Why don't you look at your own butts first? Mo Wude smiled faintly and said, Lu Xun. Yes. Lu Xun cupped his fist. Mo Wude said, From now on, I will give you the greatest authority. Thoroughly investigate the matter of false contributions. If there is anyone with false contributions or deceit, kill them without mercy. Remember, kill without mercy. Lu Xun accepts the order. The other holy venerates' expressions all changed. Mo Wude cupped his fist and said, After my people have thoroughly investigated, I will report it to the higher-ups. Please issue an order to thoroughly investigate the demon snake guard. Mo Wude's expression suddenly became cold. He said, The demon snake guard exists to kill the true spirit race. They are the remnants of the spirit race that are harmful to us, not those who have contributed to the development of the devil realm. Killing innocent people and using them as your own contribution is deceiving the entire devil realm. You are courting death. The holy venerates looked at each other, and their expressions began to change. They knew their people very well. Most of the time, they were just muddling along. As for the complaints of the spirit race, who would care? But now, if they really let Mo Wude investigate, he would suffer great losses. How could he let them go? It was fine if he didn't investigate, but once he did, there would be problems. Maybe the demon snake guard would carry out a big purge, and how many subordinates could they protect? Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. Lu Xun continued, The death of Commander Mo Yen Haoyang is said to be related to this matter. The commander of the Mo Lu family wanted to take the resources when he was trading with the spirit race. In the end, the two sides lost the battle and were killed. The commander of the Mo Lu family was killed by the spirit race because of his conduct. Everything that Lu Xun said was reasonable and well-founded, and some of them had been investigated clearly. The holy venerates' expressions were ugly, but they didn't say anything. Until Lu Xun said more than 20 things, which meant that dozens of commanders and deputy commanders had been killed by the spirit race. Mo Wude said bitterly, Did you hear it? Did you all hear it? Although these things have their own reasons, they were all done by the spirit race. Over the years, the demon snake guard has been performing meritorious deeds. They killed group after group of remnants, and even the remnants of clans. But the result? When they attacked, dozens of commanders were killed. Now, I seriously doubt the ability of our demon snake guard's commanders. The spirit race's strength today is all because of their inaction. It's all because they took innocent spirit race members to make up the numbers, which led to the real remnants to grow in secret. Which are the real meritorious deeds and which are the fake ones? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, the demon snake guard will really be in chaos. The four holy venerates were still silent. Mo Wude waved his hand and said, You can go first. Yes. Lu Xun clasped his fist and said, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and wipe out all the vermin in the demon snake guard. The four holy venerates' expressions changed again. Mo Wude waved his hand and said, Wait for my order. Lu Xun walked out of the reception room. He was still in a good mood. This cooperation with Mo Chen had really benefited him a lot. Not to mention other things, after cutting off some of the holy venerates' wings, their side strength had obviously increased a lot. Without capable subordinates, those holy venerates could only be holy venerates. There were many things that they couldn't do personally. And today's show was very beautiful. Next, they just had to wait for the holy venerates' arrangements. As long as they could smoothly take over that land of opportunity, it would be another great merit. Maybe they could even use this opportunity to reach the holy venerate realm. Even if they couldn't reach the holy venerate realm, it would be a great thing to step into the half-step holy venerate realm. If it was in the past, Lu Xun wouldn't even dare to think about it. Because he wasn't a demon, the purity of his power was limited. But it was different this time. With the power given by Mo Chen, he was confident. Not long after, Holy Venerate Mo Wude walked out alone. The other Holy Venerates had obviously left. After taking the initiative and taking half a step back, it was naturally time to pursue benefits. Congratulations, Lord. Lu Xun clasped his fist. Where did the joy come from? Mo Wu asked. There was a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Smoothly taking over that land of opportunity is naturally a great joy, Lu Xun said. Who said we're going to take over that place? Mo Wu asked. Isn't what you're doing for that area, Lord? It's just that the Holy Venerates got this opportunity. Not to mention the exploration, as long as they can open the final passage, it will be a great merit, Lu Xun said. You're just too shallow. It does look like you're going to make a great contribution, but have you thought about what would happen if you failed? Mo Wu said. This time, I took the initiative to give them the opportunity. Of course, our people can still go in. When the time comes, you can bring some capable subordinates in. Don't feel burdened. It's purely for the sake of the opportunity. As for the success or failure of the mission, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if you can help a little along the way and make them busier, it's still okay. It's best if you can do it without being noticed by others and ruin the plan. Mo Wu pointed at his feet and said, As for us, the most important thing is still the demon snake guard. This time, the spirit tribe has brought a great deal of attention. It will definitely lead to a purge. At the same time, the higher-ups will definitely give us a lot of resources to grow. Lu Xun quickly recovered. If they took all the resources, the demon snake guard would naturally be the strongest in the future. If those people were to fail, the demon snake guard would become the sole dominant force in the future. Lu Xun, who understood the Holy Venerate's meaning, nodded. I heard that some of your strange friends from the demon clan are not weak. You can secretly take him in to have a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Of course, the gains will be his, but he has to help your friend, right? Mo Wu smiled and left. Don't worry, Lord. Lu Xun will do his best. In the room, in Zichen's sea of knowledge, soul power was surging, constantly trying to rush to his eyes. He was trying to comprehend the demon eye. He tried again and again, but to no avail. This technique was somewhat difficult. Zichen had been trying to comprehend it for a long time, but he still could not master it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zichen said, Come in. Lu Xun pushed the door open and entered. When he saw Zichen, the moment their eyes met, Lu Xun's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes lost their light. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. What's wrong? Zichen stood up and looked at him. Lu Xun shook his head and woke up. He found that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. What's wrong with your eyes? Just now, I felt the aura of death. Lu Xun's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen took out the demon eye and said, I'm currently trying to comprehend it. Do you want to try? Lu Xun picked it up and looked at it carefully. After a moment, his expression changed. Is there a problem? Zichen asked. This might be the legendary demon god's eye, Lu Xun said. Demon snake's eye? Zichen asked. Is it something of your demon snake guard? The demon god's eye is a technique of the demon god, Lu Xun said. Isn't the demon god a legend? It doesn't really exist. This was what Zichen heard from the old blind man. The demon god is a legend, but the techniques of the demon god are real. For example, the demon god's eye is said to be the strongest eye technique in the demon world. In addition, there are demon god beasts, which also exist. It's just that there are no longer pure bloodlines in the world. They are all descendants of demon god beasts, Lu Xun said. And this demon eye is somewhat similar to the demon god's eye in the records. Chapter 4209. The demon god's eye was extremely famous in the devil world because it was in existence infinitely close to a demon god. It was said that it had been left behind by a demon god. Other than the demon god's eye, there were only the demon god beasts in the devil world. No one had ever seen a true demon god beast, but its descendants still existed, and there were quite a few of them. It's just a bit similar, but I can't say for sure. Where did you get this technique? Asked Lu Xun. Zichen explained how he had obtained the demon god's eye. It seems that Mo Jingchuan guessed how precious it was, so he kept it. If this is the real demon god's eye, then it will be extremely difficult to comprehend it. Mo Jingchuan must have tried and failed, or he wouldn't have sealed it away. Lu Xun sighed. At the very least, I won't have the chance. Why not? Asked Zichen. Only true devils can comprehend the demon god's eye. I still have a long way to go before I can become a true devil. Lu Xun sighed. Right, I've already dealt with everything from last time. This time, I brought back some good stuff. Lu Xun took out a few techniques, and they were all techniques that the spirit race could use. As a member of the Devil Snake Guard who dealt with the spirit race, Zichen didn't find it strange that Lu Xun would take them out. He was just curious as to why Lu Xun would take them out. After all, these things were strictly controlled, and they were prohibited from being traded. It's a rubbing, not the real thing. Lu Xun smiled. During this chaos, the Devil Snake Guard obtained quite a few resources as a reward. Naturally, they had to give the spirit race some benefits as well. If the spirit race's strength can't keep up with the Devil Snake Guard's growth, then they'll be destroyed in the end. Zichen shook his head. No, that's definitely not the reason. When Zichen had arrived, he had purposely tidied up his things. Most of his useless things had been left behind in the Martial Heaven continent. That was why he wanted to help the spirit race and give them some techniques. But he didn't have the ability. The techniques Lu Xun took out were worthless to the devil race, but to the spirit race, they were priceless treasures. Zichen had no reason to refuse, but he didn't believe Lu Xun's excuse. It seems I can't hide anything from you. Lu Xun laughed bitterly and said, We've obtained the authority to enter that area. We can also give you one of the spots as originally agreed, but you have to help us do some things. What is it? Zichen asked. Lu Xun said, It is to destroy the plan to invade the spirit realm as much as possible. Why? Zichen didn't understand. The invasion of the demon race into the spiritual realm was a major event. This involves some matters regarding the Devil Snake Guards, so it's not convenient to reveal them. This is also my only request. Of course, in a few days I will send over some techniques that are suitable for the spirit race. Once this is done, I promise that the spirit race will receive even more benefits. Zichen had no reason to refuse such a request. After all, this was his mission. The two of them hit it off and agreed on the time when the second batch of resources would be delivered, as well as the time to enter the teleportation portal. During this time, Zichen made a small request, which was to secretly send him in without anyone noticing. Lu Xun immediately understood Zichen's meaning, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Zichen didn't want to be a burden to him. Because the demon race's plan had been destroyed, the demon race was bound to investigate to the end, and they might even find him. Once the evidence was conclusive, he would die without a doubt. No one would be able to save him, unless the legendary demon god appeared. This shouldn't be a problem, Lu Xun said. Before it opens, I will find a way to do it without anyone noticing. Zichen asked. Only sacred spirits? Yes, only sacred spirits. That is the place where a sacred venerate fell, and it is full of all kinds of unstable power. If a sacred venerate were to enter, it might cause some kind of change, so only sacred spirits would enter. Lu Xun said goodbye and left. Before entering that area, he still had many things to take care of. Not long after, old Blindy returned, and Zichen gave him all the techniques and resources he had obtained. Recently, under Zichen's leadership, the spirit race had killed many commanders and vice-commanders, which had served as a deterrent in many cities. In addition, news of the demon snake guard's huge losses had spread everywhere, causing the demon race and other cities to panic. They were always worried that the spirit race would come and kill them. As a result, the lives of the spirit race and the cities improved greatly. At the same time, the spirit race, led by old Blindy, had also benefited greatly. After all, every commander was very wealthy. After trading with Lu Xun, many of them had broken through with the help of many spirit race resources. Seeing these spirit race techniques, old Blindy's expression became very excited. Zichen said, Lu Xun told me before that he would give me a spot. Once I complete the mission, I will leave. Old Blindy was stunned, and his excited expression gradually calmed down. Yes, I almost forgot about that. Regardless of whether I complete the mission or fail, I will return to the Saint Spirit realm. Zichen looked at Old Blindy and said, If you are willing, I would like to take all of you with me. It was very difficult for the spirit race to live here, so Zichen decided to help as much as he could. He decided to take all of Old Blindy's spirit race people with him. Just us? Old Blindy asked. Zichen said helplessly, Let's not talk about the limited space. Even if I could take everyone with me, I wouldn't dare. There were disputes among the demon race, but so were the spirit race. Zichen had come here to destroy the demon race's invasion plan. Once he took all of the spirit race people with him, even if he didn't succeed, if a traitor were to appear among these spirit race people and collude with the demon race in the Saint Spirit realm, the losses would be great. And besides that, where would he put everyone after he took them with him? They considered themselves to be spirit race people, but how could the Saint Spirit realm's spirit race people recognize them? They were willing to take Old Blindy's people because they had followed Old Blindy since they were young. They were trustworthy. Old Blindy shook his head and said, Forget it. Once we leave, the spirit race people will be in an even worse situation. If we stay, although we won't be able to overthrow the demon race's control, we'll still be able to intimidate them. That's fine too. After a while, Luzhin will send some resources over, including spirit skills. If there are any suitable ones, distribute them for everyone to cultivate. No matter the time, powerful combat power is the foundation of everything. Zichen warned. Also, we've been too ruthless recently, causing the demon snake guard to suffer great losses. The intimidating effect has also played a role, so for a long time, let's not attack the demon race again. Let's first recuperate and become stronger. Old Blindy nodded. Zichen's contributions were the biggest reason why things had gone so smoothly. However, they could not ignore the internal strife within the Demon Snake Guard, which allowed them to take advantage of this loophole. If this situation continued and they truly angered the higher-ups of the Demon Snake Guard, then the Demon Snake Guard might purge the entire spirit race. At that time, the losses would truly outweigh the gains. That very day, Old Blindy arranged for everyone to return to prevent the demon race from finding any clues. He stayed behind to wait for the last batch of resources. Zichen remained in the city, waiting for Luzhin's news. 3 days later, Luzhin came to find Zichen. His expression was not very good, and he sighed as soon as he entered the door. What's wrong? Zichen asked. Luzhin said, The situation has changed. There was a major discovery in that area. Zichen asked curiously, What kind of discovery? Someone has concluded that there may be remnants left behind by the demon god there. Luzhin said. Demon god? Zichen was taken aback. Isn't that just a legend? It has always been a legend, but this time, someone seems to have come to an accurate conclusion that there are remnants left behind by the demon god there. Luzhin's expression was ugly. After the news spread, the higher-ups of the demon race were in an uproar. They tried to send people in to find some good things. Zichen did not understand. Wasn't that left behind by the spirit race? Wasn't there a teleportation formation to leave? How is it related to the demon god? Luzhin said, There is a saying among the higher-ups that the spirit race's army had killed countless powerful demon race warriors. At that time, the spirit race was almost invincible, and it was extremely easy for them to retreat. But just as they were about to leave, the demon god appeared and stopped them. After the demon god used his great power to kill all of the spirit race, he left behind remnants there for later generations to explore and open up a path to the spirit race. Then, they could enter the spirit realm to seek justice. Do you believe that? Zichen asked. Luzhin smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter if I don't believe it. The key is that the other demons believe it. Although the overall situation is still under the control of the demon snake guards, there are many more people. The Saint Venerables who originally had no interest in that place have all started to pay attention to that place. Zichen said, So what? Can they still go in? Lu Xun said helplessly. That is the crux of the problem. The Saint Venerables cannot go in, but if they work together, they might be able to open up a special path to send a half-step Saint Venerable in. With a half-step Saint Venerable in charge, it will be very difficult for our plan to succeed. Zichen did not expect that Lu Xun would still want to sabotage his plan at this time. It seemed that he was even more concerned than him, a spirit race member. Don't you also have a Saint Venerable behind you? You can have your Holy Venerables send out half-step Saint Venerables as well. Wouldn't that work? Zichen said with a smile. Before coming here, Zichen had asked Chung Ho about half-step Saint Venerables. The other party had told him that half-step Saint Venerables were existences who were already on the path of Saint Venerables. They were just slightly further ahead than 9-star Holy Spirits. According to what Chung Ho had said, that path was for fools without potential. It was equivalent to walking on a fork in the road. If one wanted to walk back, it would be very difficult. Furthermore, Chung Ho had said that not everyone had to become a half-step Saint Venerable. However, once one became a half-step Saint Venerable, it would be like stepping into a quagmire. It would be very difficult to pull one's foot out of it. Back then, Chung Ho had asked Zichen if he had ever seen a half-step Saint Venerable walking around. Zichen shook his head, indicating that he had not. Chung Ho had laughed at that time. Of course, that was because they were all in the quagmire, thinking about how to get out. Back then, Chung Ho had said very clearly that there was no need to be afraid of half-step Saint Venerables. Emotion? Lu Xun called out when he saw that Zichen was absent-minded. Zichen came back to his senses and said, "Oh, please continue." Lu Xun clapped his hands and said helplessly, "My brother Emochen, I have said what I should say. What else do you want me to continue? Now, it's your turn to speak. What should we do next?" Zichen said, "You know my strength. I can barely deal with a 9-star Holy Spirit. However, fighting a half-step Saint Venerable is like courting death. Do I look like I am courting death?" Lu Xun said bitterly. "Even you say so. It seems that I am completely finished this time. The Saint Venerable has given me a death order. No matter what, I have to complete the plan. However, I don't have the strength to do so. Everything still depends on you. However, if you don't have the confidence, then only death is left for me. It is still too early to say this. Maybe when all the half-step Saint Venerables have gone to find the opportunity, we can take the opportunity to destroy the transmission formation, right? Or, while they are all fighting for the demon god's opportunity, we can quietly destroy the transmission formation." Zichen patted Lu Xun's shoulder and said, "The situation is unclear now. Let's talk about it when we are inside." It seemed that this was the only way. No matter how anxious Lu Xun was, it was useless. Before leaving, Lu Xun left behind the opportunity. The old blind man, who had been staying here, left with the last of the resources. Zichen knew very well that if the plan failed, Lu Xun's authority would be suppressed. This might be the last transaction. Therefore, he was actually more anxious than Lu Xun. Half-step Saint Venerable. Chung Ho did not care about this realm. He could even kill a group of people with one slap. However, he could not. However, it was useless to be anxious now. Zichen could only comprehend the demon eye in the limited time. What if it really was the demon god's eye? If he had a connection with the demon god, he might be able to avoid some trouble in that area. Another 3 days passed, and the city began to discuss this matter. It was exactly what Lu Xun had said. However, as the rumors spread, it became infinitely exaggerated. Some people even asserted that once they obtained the demon god's relic, they would have a chance of becoming the new demon god. However, when these words were said, it attracted countless rebuttals. The demon god was not dead. How could there be a new demon god? All kinds of arguments, and even fights broke out. However, most of the demon race only discussed it. They were not qualified to enter that place at all. They were not even qualified to get close. Even many of the saint spirits were not qualified to do so. 7-star sacred spirits were the lowest realm to enter. Only those who had reached 7-star were qualified to enter. After Zichen received the news, he left the city and set foot on the path to the demon god's relic alone. The road ahead was full of uncertainty. Therefore, Zichen planned to rely on his own strength and cultivation. Before entering, he did not plan to get involved with Lu Xun. Lu Xun could be considered the demon race's best to the spirit race. He did not want to implicate Lu Xun after his identity was exposed. Chapter 42:10. The road ahead was long, and there were many passers-by. They were all demons, and their realms were not low. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, forming small teams, and some were walking alone. Along the way, a Holy Spirit came to invite Zichen to explore together, but Zichen refused. He was not used to staying with a group of demons. After all, he was from the Ling clan. Along the way, Zichen saw many small teams absorbing the passers-by and becoming a sizable team. And the leaders were often young men who looked similar to him. The combat power of these leaders was unknown, but to be able to gather so many people, the force behind them must have a great advantage. According to Lu Xun, to be recognized in the demon race, one must have the surname of demon. And to meet this requirement, one only needed to have a holy venerable in the family, and the whole family would be given the surname of demon. A holy spirit of the demon race walked over from afar. Zichen continued forward, pretending not to see it. "Brother, are you willing to join our team?" the holy spirit of the demon race asked as he approached. Zichen shook his head. Not interested. Earlier, he noticed that the other party was recruiting people everywhere, but he did not know what they promised, but almost everyone agreed. Even some of the small teams that had already formed obviously had the advantage of the family behind them. "My young master is from the Martial Arts Academy, and his realm has already reached 9 stars, and he can become a half-step holy venerable at any time. If you follow my young master, let's not talk about the harvest, at least you can stay alive." The other party followed Zichen's footsteps and continued. Zichen replied indifferently. "If it's to stay alive, why would I come here? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home?" The Holy Spirit was stunned, and smiled. "Looks like I said something wrong. What I meant was, after entering, the chances of survival with my young master are very high." Zichen said. "I believe that, but the good things are first seen by your young master, right?" The Holy Spirit said. "Brother, you're thinking too much. Actually, my young master is only entering this time to promote his fiend celestial beast. To put it bluntly, he only wants resources related to the fiend celestial. As for the relics of other holy venerables, he doesn't care." "Fiend celestial beast?" Zichen was astonished. "Is it the legendary fiend celestial beast by the side of the demon god?" The Holy Spirit said. "You don't have the pure bloodline of the legendary fiend celestial beast, but you're not far from it. Once you advance, you might become a real fiend celestial beast," Zichen said. "So you're saying that you're looking for people to form alliances with because you want to help your young master's fiend celestial beast advance?" Zichen's questions had already caused a hint of anger to appear in the sacred spirit's eyes, but he suppressed it very well. "Of course, I can't let you all work for nothing. Once we obtain the fiend god beast's resources, the prince will also give everyone some extra benefits. I believe that many of you won't be able to refuse such benefits." Zichen asked curiously. "Oh, what kind of resources?" The Holy Spirit proudly said. "The pure demonic power of the royal family is something that every existence under the royal family yearns for even in their dreams." He pointed to a few people in the distance. "Do you see those people? They all had the demonic nature, but they still couldn't resist the temptation of the royal demonic power, so they brought the whole team to join in." Originally, Zichen wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. With such a good opportunity in front of him, why not accept it? Or it could be said that this was a free opportunity. If he followed the Holy Spirit's team inside, he wouldn't have to be interrogated, and he wouldn't have any psychological burden afterwards. Because he was very clear that this guy was recruiting people everywhere. There was only one use for him, and that was to be cannon fodder. Okay, I agree. Zichen nodded, and there was naturally some excitement in his expression. Part of it was faked. After all, he had to show that he was interested in something. The other part was real. He was in a very good mood. How should I address you? What's your realm? The Holy Spirit asked with a smile. At the same time, there was some contempt in his eyes when he looked at Zichen. This trick of his had been tested time and time again. Who could ignore the power of the royal family? Zichen, 8-star demon spirit realm. After Zichen finished his introduction, the Holy Spirit looked at Zichen with even more contempt. The smile on his face also became a bit colder. Follow the team well from now on, and you won't be short of benefits. An 8-star Holy Spirit who didn't even have the demonic nature dared to ask so many questions. At first, he thought that this Lone Ranger might be extraordinary, and that he was at least a 9-star Holy Spirit. He didn't expect that after talking for so long, his mouth was dry. He was just an 8-star Holy Spirit. His attitude naturally became cold. Zichen didn't care. He followed the Holy Spirit forward. Along the way, he asked, "How should I address you, brother?" The Holy Spirit's attitude was indifferent. "Just call me Lord." Zichen nodded. "Yes, Lord." The Holy Spirit looked at him with eyes full of ridicule. He didn't even bother to look at Zichen. When they arrived at the team, one of them asked, "How is it, Shili?" Shili said, "I made a mistake. An 8-star. The Holy Spirit smiled and said, "Little Lord 8-star Holy Spirit, come over here." Zichen walked over. At this moment, there were more than 10 people around that Holy Spirit. According to Zichen's soul power perception, they were all 8-star Holy Spirits. The 8-star Holy Spirits were together, the 9-star Holy Spirits were together, and other than that, there were the teams that came for the pure royal power. The Lord who had the fiend celestial beast hadn't come yet, so everyone was divided into different groups, and no one said anything. As they walked forward, Zichen noticed that there were 4 people who were responsible for recruiting others. Under the temptation of the royal power, the team was constantly growing. That Lord didn't appear for a long time. Zichen was a man of few words, and he didn't communicate with others. So when those 8-star Holy Spirits finished introducing themselves, the atmosphere was a little awkward when it came to Zichen. "Humph, you're just an 8-star Holy Spirit. Do you really think you're a 9-star Holy Spirit?" A person beside Zichen snorted coldly. When that person introduced himself, he said that his name was Emoshien. Emoshi was his real surname, and his first name was Yen. As for the other people, they were the same as Zichen. They didn't have the word Emo in front of their names, so they faintly regarded this Emoshien as the leader. In the demon world, surnames were very important, especially the surname Emo. Not everyone could use it. For example, Zichen, there was almost no one who casually used the alias Emo-chen. Because once it was discovered, it would be a capital offense. He still didn't introduce himself, so Zichen was isolated by the 8-star Holy Spirits, and there was a hint of rejection in their words. Just as Emoshien was muttering to himself, wondering if he should kick this unsociable fellow away, a resounding roar suddenly rang out. The Lord who had the fiend celestial beast had finally arrived. Chapter 42:11. The people who were still discussing earlier all quieted down. Everyone's attention fell on the tall exotic beast, including Zichen. After seeing the exotic beast, everyone's expression changed, including Zichen. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some had strange expressions. The latter was naturally Zichen. The tall exotic beast was extremely ugly. It could walk like a human, but there were 2 fangs in its mouth and a wide nose. If it was not for the unique aura that shocked Zichen, he would definitely think that it was a fang boar that had become a spirit. The aura was very unique and shocked everyone's souls. Everyone was only shocked, but Zichen was in disbelief. That was because he was very familiar with the aura, and he had also sensed an aura that was 10 times purer than that. This was a fiend celestial beast. His expression was a little strange. His eyes first fell on the owner of the fiend celestial beast. It was a young man wearing a rare purple robe. On his robe, there was a pattern of a fiend celestial beast. Of course, the so-called fiend celestial beast was that Fang bore. If this scene was seen by the people of the Holy Spirit world, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, here, everyone had a respectful attitude and looked at the young man with longing in their eyes. The other party did not hide his level either. He was a 9-star Holy Spirit. The young man stood there, and the Holy Spirits, who were originally in various places, walked toward him. The young man saluted everyone and said, "Everyone, I am MC. May you do for the rest of the journey. We will advance and retreat together. Everyone has seen the fiend celestial beast beside me. This time, when we enter the fiend celestial ruins, I only want resources related to the fiend celestial beast. I don't want anything else. According to the agreement, as long as we obtain resources, I will give everyone royal magic power in return. I hope everyone can do their best, and I hope everyone can survive. After this, if anyone is still willing to stay by my side and work for me, I, MC May You Do, will welcome you." Just a few short sentences, coupled with his powerful aura and the intimidation of the fiend celestial beast, made everyone around him nod, then salute, and call him sir. These people were temporarily subdued. MC Mayu waved his hand and said, "Let's continue." The people who had already gathered together walked forward one after another. The 4 people who were in charge of soliciting previously followed beside MC Mayu and reported some of the situation. MC Mayu nodded and frowned at times. After a while, the 4 of them split up again and went to recruit more people. There were already more than 100 people in the team, but the other party was still recruiting. This made Zichen somewhat puzzled. After all, the levels of these people were not low. Even the lowest was an 8-star. What was the point of having so many people? A moment later, more people joined the team, and those people's realms were 7 stars. Previously, the 4 of them had clearly overlooked the existence of 7 stars. After these 7 stars joined in, they were all excited. When they saw the fiend celestial beast, they were even more shocked. They were not deliberately targeted because of their low realms. Only when there was no one in sight did they return. Next, they divided the people into groups. Those who originally had a group were still in the same group, while those who didn't were divided into another group according to their level. On Zichen's side, 6 people were in a group. The temporary leader was Mo Xian, who disliked him. After receiving the position of leader, Mo Xian coughed lightly and said, "Now let's be frank. If you have any opinions about me, Mo Xian, then feel free to raise them. We can discuss it properly. Even if you want me to call you boss, that's fine too. But once we enter the ruins, everyone will shut their mouths because when that time comes, you can only have ears and only ears. Following my orders will be your next duty. Do you all hear me?" Of course, he did not dare to say this out loud. He used rumors. The other 4 responded telepathically, indicating that they understood. Mo Xian glanced at Zichen, his gaze somewhat cold. Zichen said helplessly, "Got it." Mo Xian nodded satisfactorily. He thought that the work of unity this time was completed perfectly. The fiend celestial ruins were in a wasteland. It was a place that the Devil Eagle Guard accidentally discovered. At that time, the space was in disorder. He opened the space and entered, discovering a shocking secret. Following that, the Devil Eagle Guard began to investigate and found clues about the spirit race. Only then did they hand it over to the Devil Snake Guard. But later on, they discovered the news of the Fiend Celestial. Hence, the Devil Dragon Guard and the Devil Tiger Guard also joined in. They were a large army of the Devil Realm. Every one of them who could be selected was an outstanding person. But this time, because the difficulty was high and the level was extremely high, those who could be present were some of the upper echelons of the various large armies. When Zichen's group arrived, countless experts of the devil race had already gathered. Among them, the most conspicuous thing was the towering army flags. Even if only the upper echelons could enter, the various large armies still had the advantage of numbers. Zichen did not discover any half-step holy venerables. It seemed that their entrance was not here. The sole remembrance that he released earlier had already discovered Lu Xun. As a commander, he brought a 9-star deputy commander and a 100-man team this time. Among them, 20 were 8-star Holy Spirits. The remaining 80 were 7-star Holy Spirits. There were too many people, so he did not see Zichen. After MC Mayu arrived, the fiend celestial beast beside him caused a small commotion. Almost everyone's attention fell on the fiend celestial beast at the first moment. MC Mayu gently raised his hand and the team stopped. He could be seen leading the fiend celestial beast alone and walking forward. At this moment, MC Mayu and the fiend celestial beast were the focus. From the other large armies, a few people came out and greeted MC Mayu. Zichen's attention, on the other hand, was on a few other places. There was a small group of people, at most 20. They were all hidden under black robes. Judging from the aura that they exuded, these people were not weak. And there were more than 20 small teams like this. Looks like this is the peak of the devil race's strength. Many forces and powerhouses have come. Those black-robed people may be members of the royal family. Perhaps there are members of the royal family among them. Reality proved that following MC Mayu here was a very wise choice. This was because there was no need to be checked. When other teams came in, there would be people who would check their identities. While MC Mayu was chatting with those from the other armies, Lu Xun finally noticed Zichen in the crowd. He excitedly transmitted his voice. "I thought you weren't coming. How is it? Have you thought of a way? Let's go in first." Chapter 42:12. Hearing Zichen's telepathic message, Lu Xun did not dare to respond. This was an unusual plan, so they had to be extra careful. Zichen looked ahead. That MC Mayu guy seemed to have a wide network of connections. He was familiar with many leaders and was greeting them. Even now, he was still the center of attention because he had a fiend celestial beast. Zichen paid extra attention. Those black-robed people did not seem to care. They just glanced at MC Mayu and lost interest. There were still people coming from behind, but they had to be investigated. It seemed like there was still a step of checking their identities. After a while, MC Mayu came back. He looked at everyone and said, "In less than half a day, the Fiend Celestial Relic will open. Follow me closely to avoid any accidents." Everyone nodded. Zichen spread his soul power around to check the situation. The highest level here was a 9-star Holy Spirit. There were no half-step Holy Spirits, nor were there any Holy Venerables. It seemed that the Holy Venerables who were interested in this place had gone to other areas to open a passage for the half-step Holy Venerables. "Brother Wuda, you don't look very happy." The Holy Venerables from the Demon G family looked at Mo Wuda, who was in a bad mood, and smiled. This time, the task of opening a passage was given to the Demon Snake Guards. So, many of the Demon Snake Guards' Holy Venerables were here. Of course, the passage was not opened for nothing. All the Holy Venerables who participated could send a half-step Holy Venerate in. "How is that possible?" Mo Wuda smiled faintly and said, "We will do our best for the demon race." Holy Venerate Mo Yen smiled and said, "Brother Wuda, your words are beautiful. However, I believe you know the pain in your heart." Mo Wuda snorted softly. Holy Venerate Mog laughed and said, "Wuda, how many years have we known each other? How can I not know about your personality? Speaking of which, you spent a lot of effort to get the resources allocated by the higher-ups and gave this place to us. Now that it has become the Fiend Celestial Relic, do you regret it?" Holy Sage Mo Yen added, "Even if he regrets it, it's useless. He's too young, and he doesn't have any capable half-step Holy Sages by his side. Otherwise he wouldn't have made such a face as soon as he arrived. It's very clear that not only is there no benefit to him, all of the credit has nothing to do with him." Mo Wuda snorted heavily. He didn't reply, but his face was ashen. The few Holy Venerates at the side laughed loudly. Last time, when the Demon Snake Guards were purged, Mo Wuda alone had reaped great benefits. His status in the demon snake guards had also risen by quite a bit. The other saint venerables had also suffered a loss, so they were naturally unwilling to accept it. However, he did not expect that the heavens would open their eyes and this place would suddenly become a demon god's relic. Naturally, there were many benefits. But Emodo would not be able to obtain anything. "All right, the ceremony is about to begin. Everyone, be alert," said a nearby saint venerable. Behind these holy venerates stood many demons. They were all half-step holy venerates. Their auras were extraordinary, and each had their own merits. The many holy venerates worked together to forcibly open a passage outside the relic. However, after the passage was opened, the amount of energy consumed caused the holy venerates' expressions to change. "This is the resistance against the power left behind by the fiend celestial. Hurry up and go in first." Holy Sage Emoji turned around and said, "You guys go in first before the others. Hurry up." These half-step holy venerates who were already prepared turned into streaks of light and flew in. When the last person disappeared, the holy venerates immediately stopped. In less than a quarter of an hour, the holy venerates had joined forces to resist the power left behind by the fiend celestial many years ago. However, they still consumed a lot of energy. One could imagine how powerful the fiend celestial was back then. Holy Sage Emoji, whose face was still pale, said, "Pass down the order. The others can go in now." The passage to the relic had already appeared, but it wasn't open. There was a demon snake guard team made up entirely of 9-star commanders guarding the entrance. Zichen, who was carefully observing his surroundings, suddenly had a change in expression. At that moment, he felt that something strange had happened to the entrance of the passage. It seemed to have become unstable, and he could faintly feel the power of a holy venerate lingering around. This kind of unstable soul power only appeared for an instant before disappearing. This made Zichen feel a bit absent-minded, wondering if it was an illusion. However, a quarter of an hour later, the same thing happened again. However, other than the soul power being unstable, there was no other abnormality. Zichen deliberately paid attention to it, but he was very puzzled. Not long after, the people guarding the passage opened up a path for everyone to enter. The demon snake guard went in first, and Lu Xun's team was among them. This time, just the demon snake guard alone had already reached 10,000 people. It had to be known that this was a 7-star or higher existence. The scale this time was much larger than the last time Zichen had entered the Lost World. Furthermore, this was only a portion of the demon race's experts, not all of them. It could be seen that the demon race had been recuperating for many years and had indeed cultivated many powerhouses. Otherwise, they would not have been scheming to enter the Saint Spirit realm. After the demon snake guard went in, MC Mayu signaled for everyone to move. It was obvious that they wanted to go in first. It was hard to say what opportunities there would be inside, so if they went in early, they might be able to occupy an advantageous position. Zichen and the others were the third batch to go in. Under MC Mayu's lead, everyone went in one by one. Waves of air hit him in the face. Zichen felt a familiar aura, and his soul power probed forward. The air was filled with spiritual power, and there was also a lot of devil power mixed together. There was also the pressure of a holy venerate. He did not know if this was the demon god's relic, but there was definitely something about the holy venerate. The ground was decayed, and many ravines and countless battlefields could be seen. Occasionally, 1 or 2 broken weapons could be seen standing there. However, after countless years of erosion, these weapons had long lost their spiritual power and become abandoned things. Occasionally, some would still emit spiritual light, and people would treat them as priceless treasures. Zichen's soul continued to extend, and he even saw bones. There was an unknown demon beast with a body like a giant mountain, standing between heaven and earth. Its physical body had already decayed, and only white bones were left. A group of demons rushed forward excitedly. Such white bones were also rare priceless treasures. If they brought them back, they could be condensed into weapons. However, just as they approached, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the white bones. Vaguely, a huge beast's shadow appeared, and it let out a deafening roar at the demons. A powerful ripple visible to the naked eye appeared, forming an attack wave, and sent the demons flying. The demons who were sent flying looked pale. Some of them had blood at the corner of their mouths. When they looked forward again, there was a drastic change in their eyes. The white bones lost their light, and turned into dust and scattered. Zichen retracted his soul power. The roar from before was filled with anger and unwillingness. As a spirit, he could feel that emotion and will. If those demons had not approached, the white bones would have remained in the world for many years. However, the aura of the demons had stimulated its last remaining strength. Chapter 42:13. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Mo Xian's impatient voice rang out. Only then did Zichen notice that everyone had already started moving forward. He followed, but his mood was fluctuating greatly. The world was filled with the pressure of a holy venerable, causing many people to feel uncomfortable, so everyone's speed was not fast. In such a place, no one knew what dangers were waiting for everyone. After walking for less than 15 minutes, Wudu said, "There is no danger here at the moment. Everyone speed up." Those demon snake guards had entered early and were already gone. Wudu was obviously anxious. Thus, everyone sped up their pace. At this moment, although Zichen was moving forward with everyone, his soul power had already dissipated. He had not seen the battle scene back then, but after seeing those corpses, he could still imagine it. Just this place alone had many holy venerables killed in battle. Those tall skeletons were all at the holy venerable realm when they were alive. As those demons continued to try, the skeletons exhausted their last bit of strength, and then dissipated. Because of the difference in strength, some demons were sent flying, some were injured, and in the end, there were even deaths. Zichen's soul power spread out in all directions. Seeing those skeletons disappear, his heart was very heavy and very tragic. They had clearly died in battle and had no consciousness, but they could still sense the aura of the demons and launch their final attack. What kind of belief was this? Even after countless years, it still did not dissipate. The unwillingness of the skeletons before they died caused Zichen's mood to be unable to calm down for a long time. He raised his head and looked at the sky. This place had been sealed for countless years. He somewhat believed that the demon god existed in the world, because only the demon god would have such powerful strength and methods to kill all the holy venerables of the spirit clan and then completely seal this place. Because if it was not sealed, even if these holy venerables died, to the demons in the world, this place would be a place of no return. Even the holy venerables who died in battle here could be transformed into battle spirits, and enter the demon world to fight until the last person died. These were the ancestors of the spirit clan back then. Their desire to exterminate demons was unstoppable. Even if they died in battle, their souls would never be extinguished. At present, they had yet to discover any fortuitous encounters. However, the demon snake guards had already suffered casualties. This caused the leaders at the front to feel somewhat furious. Thus, they signaled for the others to stop thinking about the skeletons. After seeing desiccated bones, everyone deliberately went around him. "Why is there only the spirit clan and no demon saint venerables? Judging from the mess on the battlefield, shouldn't the holy masters of the spirit race be the only ones who have died?" Zichen, who was walking forward, suddenly realized the problem. So far, not a single corpse of a holy venerable of the demon race had appeared. Actually, the demon snake guards had also sensed the problem from the very beginning. However, they still wanted to give it a try. They wanted to see if they could find any opportunities. But it obviously didn't work. As Zichen continued to move forward, a skeleton finally appeared in his field of vision. It was a human standing on the messy ground. He held a broken sword in his hand and looked up at the sky. The other half of the weapon was stabbed into the ground. He was just an ordinary human. He wasn't very tall. However, when he stood there, it was as if he was an independent small world. All the demons who passed by deliberately avoided him. No one dared to go forward. MC Mayu looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Beside him, the fiend celestial beast let out a low, vigilant growl. Get out of the way! After hesitating for a while, MC Mayu said indifferently. It was obvious that he didn't want to go over and look for trouble. It was obvious that there was no fortuitous encounter. If he was injured like the others, the loss would outweigh the gain. There was no need to fight with the skeleton that was blocking the way. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. What are you doing? Sir told you to get out of the way. Didn't you hear? It was Mo Xian's voice. At this moment, he was glaring at Zichen angrily. Zichen, on the other hand, walked forward step by step and went straight for the skeleton. The others also noticed this scene, and their expressions changed one by one. Mo Xian wanted to go forward and stop him, but was stopped by MC Mayu. Since someone was courting death, he was naturally happy to watch. Moreover, it was only an 8-star. It wouldn't affect the overall situation. Zichen walked forward. It was not that he had to be so conspicuous, but when he approached this place, he felt a calling. This calling was not strong. It was intermittent and would not affect Zichen's soul. Like the others, Zichen could completely avoid it. It would not be a problem. However, on second thought, the Lord tragically died in battle in the alternate world. There was not even a corpse to be collected. The skeleton that was left behind in this area did not disperse for a long time. Perhaps it had some unfulfilled wish. Therefore, he walked forward, even though he seemed so out of place at this moment. He arrived in front of the skeleton. Around him, the others held their breaths. This was because under normal circumstances, as long as he got a little closer, he would trigger the skeleton's anomaly. If it was light, he would be sent flying. If it was serious, he would be injured or even die. Zichen kept moving forward. As he got closer, the calling became stronger and stronger. He arrived in front of the skeleton. Both of them were only a fist's distance away. There was an uproar behind him. According to what had happened before, Zichen should have triggered the anomaly long ago. Zichen looked at the skeleton in front of him and apologized in his heart. Then, he reached out and touched the skeleton's shoulder. In the next moment, the skeleton began to shake. Countless rays of light bloomed, dazzling and eye-catching. Some of the demons subconsciously closed their eyes. It was obvious that this was about to erupt. However, immediately after, the cheers rose again. Because Zichen hadn't been sent flying, the rays of light that had been released converged in front of Zichen. They didn't have any destructive power. Instead, they turned into a shining pearl. Although Wei Jiantong and his wife killed 12 demon lords in the demon realm, we have no regrets if we die here today. Xiaoer, wait for me for a moment. I will accompany you immediately. However, our spirit tribe's sword art will disappear in the demon realm. It is a great pity for the spirit realm. We have left behind the most powerful sword art of our lives for the fated ones of the spirit race to obtain. Just as the rays of light condensed, a voice entered Zichen's mind. It was left behind by the skeleton many years ago. It was also his last wish before he died in battle. Zichen was a little shocked. The husband and wife were both Saint Venerables. They had killed 12 demon lords. How extraordinary was their combat power! However, why were there no corpses? Why were there only corpses of the spirit tribe's Saint Venerables? The skeleton in front of him had disappeared. A light ball appeared in Zichen's hand. The light ball was filled with strong sword intent. This was the sword art left behind by Jiantong. In the Saint Spirit realm, this was an ancient sword art. You're quite lucky. Bring it over for me to see. Chapter 42:14. Looking at the ball in Zichen's hand, everyone was stunned. Up until now, no one had obtained the opportunity. Zichen was the first to obtain the opportunity from these powerful skeletons. MC Mayu looked at Zichen with a smile. Zichen held the only thing left behind by the sword companion senior, his eyes filled with caution. Didn't you say earlier that you'd only take the resources related to the demon god? MC Mayu was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the other party to say that. It was just an energy ball, not a big deal. In his estimation, as long as he opened his mouth, the other party would respectfully present it to him with both hands. The way the others looked at MC Mayu had also changed. If MC Mayu insisted on snatching the resources from Zichen's hands, then he would lose the hearts of the people. MC Mayu, who had a panoramic view of all this, laughed involuntarily. I'm just taking a look. If you're really the only one who can obtain it, then I'll ask the people in front to do me a favor. Then you can take everything away. Zichen clearly breathed a sigh of relief, as did the others around him. Zichen came forward with the ball and said, I don't know what happened either. I just wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to get this ball of light. In Zichen's perception, the sword will in this ball of light was boiling and extremely lively. Clearly, even to Zichen, this was a treasure. However, the expressions of the others around him did not change much. When they looked at the ball of light, they only felt curiosity, nothing more. If one person was pretending to be calm, Zichen would believe it. If everyone was so calm, Zichen would not believe it. Therefore, when he walked toward MC Mayu, he had a guess in his heart. That was, only he could feel the sword will in it, and no one else could. When he came closer, Zichen respectfully handed the item to MC Mayu. The other party picked it up and glanced at it. The spiritual power in it was tumbling, but other than that, there was nothing unusual. Obviously, this was something that the Lord had left for the Spirit clan. It was useless to the Demon clan. MC Mayu could not see anything special about it. He looked at Zichen and said, Others can't get it, but you can. You're not from the Spirit tribe, are you? Zichen snorted and said proudly, The Spirit race has an 8-star divine spirit? What's your name? MC Mayu asked with a smile. Zichen immediately cupped his hands and said, Sir, I am Zichen. Oh? There was a hint of disdain in Quarto's initially smiling eyes. A guy who did not even have a demonic nature. It seemed like it was just a coincidence. Thus, he said, Looks like your luck is not bad. You can continue to try the next one and see if you can succeed. Zichen immediately nodded and said gratefully, To tell you the truth, I've had good luck since I was little. When I was young, everyone said that I wasn't good for cultivation, but I accidentally fell into a cliff and saw a very bright fruit inside. After eating it, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Very bright fruit? MC Mayu asked with interest. What kind of fruit is it? I'm not sure either. It's been many years. Anyway, it's very bright and somewhat similar to this one. At that time, I was still young and the fruit was very fragrant. At that time, I couldn't resist the temptation at all, so I ate it. Zichen chuckled, looking a little silly. Looks like your good fortune today has something to do with that fruit. Go, find another one and try. If you really succeed, then all the bones that follow will be yours. Zichen's demonic aura could not be faked, so this story did not arouse MC Mayu's suspicion. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. If I succeed, I'm willing to split the spoils 30 to 70. Sir, you can take 30%, and the other 70% is mine. Zichen said excitedly. When the people around heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. What a greedy guy. There were so many things here. How many light balls would he have to condense? Even if it was not of much use to them, it was left behind by a saint. It was not bad to use it as a souvenir. MC Mayu waved his hand. No need. That's your good fortune. Naturally, it's yours. I'm happy to be able to help you. That's enough. Zichen saluted again. Sir, if you have any orders in the future, just say the word. Zichen will do anything to help. MC Mayu laughed. It's not that serious. You take your things now. After that, we'll go deeper and find the real fortune. MC Mayu's expression darkened. He looked around and said, Everyone, I want to say something here. Since these bones are Zichen's good fortune, then don't try them one by one. Otherwise, you'll lose more than you gain. If you have your own gains later, I'll fight for them for you. When the others who had been scheming heard this, They immediately nodded their heads. To show that he was not just saying this, MCMAU continued. Chili, the few of you go up and say hello. Tell them to leave these things for me. I'll remember this favor. When this matter is over, I'll meet everyone again. Yes. Shili and the others nodded and left immediately. For the rest of the journey, no one dared to attack the skeletons. Other than being willing to do MCMAU a favor at no cost, it was also because they were afraid. Those skeletons were too evil. They did not want to be killed by these skeletons before they could even obtain anything. After walking for dozens of miles, Zichen saw the second set of bones. This was the skeleton of a spirit tribe beast. It was tall and majestic. Zichen did not feel any summoning power from it, but he still walked forward. When he got closer, the repulsive force did not appear. Zichen reached out and touched the bones. The bones moved and a voice came out. I'm from the mountains, so I won't leave my name. I've killed enough animals in the demonic realm this time. Even if I die, I won't lose anything. You spirit tribe brats can take it. In Zichen's consciousness, a voice like thunder rang out. Then, the bones dissipated and turned into a ball of light. The eyes of the people behind flashed. They had obtained another ball of light. It seemed that the fruit he ate that year was indeed extraordinary. Everyone speed up. MCMAU reminded everyone again. Zichen took the lead and flew forward at full speed. Based on what he had learned from the previous 2 expeditions, he guessed that the ancestors had left behind some magical techniques when they died in battle, and he was the only one who could obtain them. Zichen was very glad. He was glad that he came here at this time. Otherwise, the only wish of these saint venerables who were not afraid of death would not be able to be fulfilled. At the same time, he was also a little regretful. He had watched as some of the bones disappeared and did not leave anything behind. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Zichen's soul spread out and sensed the location of each of the bones. He did not want to miss a single one. Even if he revealed a little of his soul in between, it did not matter. Chapter 42:15. Zichen heard one voice after another and obtained one ancient technique after another. This was an amazing opportunity. It could be considered the greatest opportunity that Zichen had encountered so far. If there were no accidents, he did not need to fight. He only needed to reach out gently, and he could obtain an ancient holy venerate technique. However, he was not happy. His mood was very heavy. Many seniors left behind their techniques, but were unwilling to leave their names. Many of them called themselves nameless. Some did not even speak. After Zichen's hand landed on them, only the technique appeared and the bones disappeared. He obtained dozens of light balls. Inside them were dozens of extremely powerful ancient techniques. When he obtained the techniques, Zichen also had doubts in his heart. Why did he not see the holy venerates of the demon race? Among them, many had killed enough. Why did he not see the corpses of those holy venerates? Moreover, in those messages the word Sir would be mentioned from time to time. That was the Sir who led them to kill their way into this place. At this moment, that Sir was not seen. No one mentioned the demon god who had already done all this. Zichen's soul power discovered that the front had become a plain area. As far as the eye could see, there was still no vegetation. In fact, upon closer inspection, it was not a real plain. The ground had collapsed due to the aftermath of the battle. Compared to this area where there were corpses but no holy venerates of the demon race, the ground there was a full 1,000 feet lower. It was like a 1,000 feet high cliff, and everyone had to jump down. Zichen had not arrived, but his soul power had already discovered that the demon snake guards had encountered an enemy for the first time. It was a real enemy. It was not the spirit race, but a demon race creature. The fluctuations of the battle came from afar. Someone must be communicating with MCMAU. MCMAU immediately said, "Everyone, go in at full speed!" He led the others and flew forward. The fiend celestial beast followed beside him. The others followed closely behind. "It's demon power!" Zichen used his soul power that far surpassed the others to discover that the dead demon race creatures had turned into streams of energy. Those streams of energy were demon power, extremely pure demon power. Moreover, there were different attributes among those demon power. Just like the demon dragon power that Zichen discovered in the Lost World. This discovery caused Zichen to speed up. Although the magic power was useless to him, he could bring it back for the magic ape to use. Demon creatures appeared one after another. The battle ahead had already begun. MC Mayu landed. He glanced at the fiend celestial beast beside him and asked, "How was it?" The fiend celestial beast shook its head. MC Mayu turned around and said, "Work in small groups. Kill these creatures and distribute the power you get." Obviously, MC Mayu was not interested in these powers. Everyone shouted and rushed forward. Mo Xian glanced at Zichen and said, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Follow me to kill the enemy, and we'll get contribution points." Only then did Zichen remember that it was not yet time for him to do whatever he wanted, so he could only follow Mo Xian. The 6 of them formed a small team and started attacking the creatures. These creatures were around the level of a 7-star Holy Spirit. They weren't strong, but the power they generated after they died was very pure. Everyone in the 6-man team had the strength to kill it alone. Now that they were in a small group with 6 people gathered together, they couldn't unleash their full power. MC Mayu quickly realized this and said, "Everyone, spread out and fight on your own. Finally, we'll gather again." Everyone responded and spread out, carrying out their own battles. Zichen landed a punch and repelled a demon creature. A light flashed under his feet, and he quickly went forward. When his second punch landed, he killed another one. He received a surge of power. This kind of lethality was neither strong nor weak among the 8-star Holy Spirits. In the middle, others should not be able to see anything unusual. As for those 9-star Holy Spirits, he killed them with one punch. Everyone started to push forward, and everyone gained a lot. Zichen, who was still fighting, could not help but have doubts in his heart. How could there be such a place in the world? To the demons present, this wasn't even a test. It was simply a free opportunity for them. The dried bones from before could still bring danger to the demons, and make them feel death. However, the creatures here were not even the slightest bit dangerous. As long as they paid attention, these creatures were like children delivering treasures. Every time they killed one, they could obtain a valuable treasure. Zichen looked at them from the corner of his eye. Everyone was overjoyed. Could it be that all this was the doing of that demon god? Was it to make those demons stronger? Although he had doubts in his heart, Zichen did not stop attacking. At a steady pace, he collected one surge of power after another. Behind him, MC Mayu did not make a move. It seemed that with his status, he did not care about the power here. The fiend celestial beast stood next to him, looking around coldly. There seemed to be an endless number of creatures here. As soon as one was killed, a second one would soon appear. However, everyone had no intention of stopping. They kept on killing their way into the depths. The black-robed people who came in later had already surpassed them. If there were opportunities here, there would obviously be more opportunities in the depths. MC Mayu urged, "Go in a straight line. The benefits inside will only be more than here." Everyone quickly followed behind. In fact, MC Mayu's team was already full. Because they had wasted some time waiting for Zichen, and now that everyone was killing creatures to obtain opportunities, the whole team was separated. They were much slower than the others. The people brought by Lu Xun had already disappeared from sight. That should be another space. Once everyone stepped into the designated area, they would disappear. Team assemble. Everyone go in. Following MC Mayu's order, everyone began to gather, then formed into small teams and killed their way into the depths. Any creatures that appeared along the way would be killed. Zichen's team walked at the back. This was because the leader, Mo Xian, wanted to gather more power and deliberately slowed down. Zichen pretended not to know and still killed the creature with 2 punches. MC Mayu and the others moved forward quickly. When their figures reached the designated location, they disappeared. Then, one by one, the small teams disappeared. Beside them, Mo Xian's eyes began to flicker. He glanced at the person beside him. Zichen tapped his foot and accelerated instantly. Like a stream of light, he left the team and flew forward. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Damn it! Mo Xian looked at the disappearing Zichen and could not help but curse. He's so careful. He didn't even give us a chance to threaten him. The others felt that it was a pity. They did not dare to kill Zichen here, but they could take advantage of the fact that no one was threatening him. For example, they could share one or two of the things they had obtained earlier. Chapter 42:16. After entering another space, what appeared in their field of vision were still demons. However, their combat strength was much stronger than before. Their combat strength was equivalent to that of an 8-star Holy Spirit. This made many people feel strained. As soon as Zichen entered this space, he noticed that Mo Wudu was looking at him, as if worried that he could not keep up. The two exchanged glances. Zichen nodded and smiled. Mo Xian's group of 5 followed closely behind. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of hostility. The demons here were stronger. Under the circumstances of hiding their strength, Zichen could only consider joining a small team. Zichen, don't you think you're being too greedy? Mo Xian's voice rang in Zichen's mind. This was a voice transmission. Greedy? Zichen did not understand. What do you mean? So many holy venerables. Don't you think a puny 8-star like you is too full to eat? Aren't you worried that you'll die from overeating? Mo Xian said. As the saying goes, those who see have a share. You should know this principle, right? I'm not sure. Zichen's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that after he obtained those things, everyone's eyes were starting to turn red. Mo Xian was the first, but he would not be the last. Zichen laughed coldly. The demons present were not weak, but they did not seem to be very smart. Do I need you to think about my things? Mo Wudu had been waiting for a long time. Even if I give it to you now, do you dare to take it? Zichen asked. Why wouldn't I? Mo Xian said coldly. Zichen said, if you really dare to take it, I'll give you 10 pills in front of everyone. Of course, this was a joke. Once Zichen got his hands on something like this, he would never take it out again. Mo Xian was stunned. He did not expect Zichen to do this. Of course, he did not dare to take it. In front of everyone, whoever took it would die. The reason why he was communicating with Zichen now was because they were in the same team. He felt that with his status, he could suppress Zichen. Furthermore, he wasn't greedy. He only wanted one. As the battle continued, everyone gradually began to feel the strain. Previously, Zichen could kill one with 2 punches, but now, it took him nearly 50 punches to kill one. However, the power obtained was also of a higher grade. The 7-star Saint Spirits in the team regrouped and joined forces to kill the enemy. The efficiency was not very high, but every harvest was real. The devilish beings here were slightly weaker than the devilish beings of the same cultivation level. If this were the Holy Spirit realm, it would be a land of opportunity. Because it wasn't dangerous at all. Nkutu began to attack as well. He punched one after another. The wind from his punches was very strong. Waves of energy floated around him one after another. The fiend celestial beast that had been beside him seemed to feel that it was tasteless after devouring the 2 creatures, so it gave up. One team after another moved forward, overtaking Zichen and the others. MCMAU's advantage of being the first to enter the competition had been greatly diminished. Kwanda was a little anxious. However, the others were not anxious. They had already gained a lot. Even if they left now, they would still have profited. However, it was useless for MCMAU to be anxious alone. Everyone's combat strength was limited, so they could only kill slowly. Zichen was still punching alone. Gradually, he began to feel the strain. Nkutu saw this and said, everyone, return to the team and fight. Power will be distributed according to contribution. Clearly, Nkwota still did not intend to ask for resources. Previously, some people had already returned to the team. After hearing Nkwota's words, the others began to retreat. Zichen also returned to the team. The 6 of them attacked together, but the gazes that his teammates gave Zichen from time to time became very unfriendly. As the team leader, Mo Xian pointed at a few people and said, "Next, the power will be distributed according to ranking." Mo Xian pointed at a few people and arranged himself in the 5th position. Zichen was in the 6th position. In other words, the entire team had to kill 6 creatures before Zichen would receive 1 power. In other words, after killing 11 creatures, Zichen would still only receive 1 power. After the distribution was done, Mo Xian asked symbolically, "Does anyone have any objections?" The others shook their heads. Zichen, on the other hand, was too lazy to have any objections. After all, they were all going to die in the end. All the resources were destined to be his anyway. Now, who cared who they were? The team was still advancing. Zichen's soul power was already 1 step ahead of Nkwota. He saw the scene in the depths. Just like before, everyone had disappeared. They had probably entered the next area. No one stayed in this area for too long, even if there were many opportunities here. Because everyone knew that there were more resources in the depths. Except for a few greedy and unlucky ones who were killed by dried bones remaining power, the others were still alive. In fact, they were still alive now. Even if some were injured, it was only minor injuries. Zichen could imagine that the next area would be very dangerous. Right now, the best thing to do was for those with lower realms to retreat. However, these people were like gamblers who had won a big victory. They were not willing to leave just like that. They wanted to win again. It was not easy for their luck to turn around. If they left now, wouldn't it be a loss? Moreover, the creatures that had not been very dangerous all this time made them let down their guard. Zichen could see that Nkwota was anxious to enter the depths. Naturally, the others could see it too. However, since Nkwota did not say anything, they did not deliberately speed up. After about half an hour, almost all the teams had overtaken them. They, who were at the front, were now the last. "That's not right." Zichen's expression suddenly changed as he realized what was going on. Nkwota's anxiety was actually an act. His original intention was to stay at the back, such as the current situation. As for why that was, perhaps it had something to do with the 3rd level. Because everyone was about to reach the end. Nkwota did not ask if they were going back. Under the lead of his subordinate, Shili, everyone entered the 3rd space. Zichen was at the back this time. Mo Xian and the others were also around him. Nkwota was in the other direction, walking toward the 3rd space. He was slightly faster than Zichen's team. Just as his figure disappeared, Mo Xian and the others suddenly stopped. They turned their heads and stared at Zichen fiercely. Right at this moment, a hurricane suddenly appeared and engulfed the few of them. Mo Xian and the others were swept into the next level by the hurricane. Zichen, on the other hand, was swept away by the hurricane. The hurricane around him gradually disappeared. Zichen stood in the air. In his field of vision, there were many demon tribe creatures. A ray of light appeared beside him and turned into a small black beast. It was Spectre. When it appeared, its eyes shone with excitement. It opened its mouth and inhaled. A strange force spread. The rules of this space seemed to be forcibly changed. The space began to distort, showing signs of collapse. Chapter 42:17. Pun! 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 The explosion was like a roar, resounding through the entire space. The demon clan creatures at Zichen needed 50 punches to kill before exploded one after another. When their bodies exploded, they did not leave behind any pure magic power. Instead, they turned into a magic mist. As the demonic creatures exploded, the demonic fog filled the surroundings, illuminating the distorted world into darkness. Then, the black fog was sucked into the spirit's mouth. It was as if a black vortex had opened up beside it, swallowing everything in its path. Zichen looked at the scene quietly. His changing expression told him that his heart was not calm. Earlier, the demon clan creatures were very attractive to the demon clan creatures. However, Zichen wanted to hide his strength, so he could only let it continue to hide. Now that he was the last one here, there was no need to worry. However, he did not expect the demon clan to be so fierce. In the blink of an eye, all the demon clan creatures in this world were cleared. The demon clan burped, very satisfied. After swallowing so many demon clan creatures that were much bigger than it, its body did not change at all. I'll take a rest first. If there's a chance at the next place, I'll continue to eat. The demon clan turned into a ray of light, disappearing beside Zichen. Zichen, on the other hand, continued to fly forward, not forgetting to act as if he was panicking. Cold sweat appeared on Emo Xian's forehead, dripping from the corner of his eyes. He stood there motionless, covered in cold sweat. Emo Wudu's gaze was as cold as a sword, as if it was going to pierce into his heart, causing waves of coldness to appear in his heart. Speak, where is Zichen? He asked coldly. Everything was under his control, and there were no accidents. However, because he was one step ahead, Zichen was gone. He had already noticed the strange expressions on Emo Xian's and the others' faces and guessed what they were doing. However, he did not pay too much attention to it, because in the end, it was still his. The relics of the saint, regardless of whether they were of the spirit clan or the demon clan, were valuable treasures. He had never intended to give it to Zichen. Who would have thought that such an accident would occur? Had a strange wind suddenly appeared and blown them in and Zichen away? Who would believe that? At this moment, the few people following Emo Xian were also trembling with fear. Originally, they had indeed planned to threaten Zichen again, but that strange wind had appeared at the wrong time. Now, they didn't get what they wanted, and Zichen was nowhere to be seen. It was hard for them to argue. At this moment, Zichen's figure staggered as he appeared. When he saw everyone present, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, Emo Xian and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. If Zichen still did not appear, he even suspected that MC Mayu would kill him on the spot. After this incident, he no longer dared to have any ideas about Zichen, because MC Mayu had already set its sights on these things. What happened? MC Mayu went up alone and asked with concern. Zichen said with lingering fear. A strange wind suddenly appeared and almost swept me away. MC Mayu nodded and said, Then be careful. Then, MC Mayu turned around and looked at everyone who had stopped in their tracks. He said indifferently, In MC Mayu's team, infighting is not allowed. Also, you're not allowed to steal things. We've already agreed that the things belong to whoever owns them. If there's anyone who doesn't agree in their hearts, then tell me in advance. If I find out who dares to break the rules, then don't blame me for being rude. Everyone nodded immediately. Just as MC Mayu was speaking, Zichen diverted part of his energy to investigate the surroundings. This place was no longer an endless wasteland. There were more tall mountains and some vegetation. Compared to the previous two places, this place already looked a bit like a historical site. MC Mayu waved his hand and said, Let's go! Everyone walked forward. Zichen remained in Emo Xian's team. There was some pity in their eyes when they looked at him. After all, he had started off dead. MC Mayu frowned. Could it be that there were other people who had designs on Zichen? Were they trying to snatch him from him? Suddenly, rays of light appeared in front of them. One by one, demonic creatures appeared. Compared to the other demonic creatures, these seemed more agile, as if they were intelligent creatures. Moreover, their bodies exuded a dangerous aura. The difficulty has indeed increased by more than one level. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The danger ahead was just the beginning. There would definitely be casualties in this team. Feeling the aura exuding from those demonic creatures, everyone's expression changed. They all sensed danger. The fiend celestial beast that had not participated in the battle suddenly flew forward. Like a ray of black light, it came to the forefront. There was a loud bang. It used its body to send a demonic creature flying. When it landed, its body disappeared into thin air, turning into a force. That force exuded a demonic light and was even purer. "It's second only to the royal family's power!" someone exclaimed. The power of the royal family was very tempting in the demonic realm. It was what most of the demons pursued. This time, everyone was willing to follow MC Mayu because the other party had promised them the benefits of the royal family's power. They did not expect that they would discover a pure demonic power that was second only to the royal family's power. This was a true treasure. When the people who were still a little timid looked at those demonic creatures again, their eyes flashed. They were like misers who saw countless gold coins. Without further instructions from MC Mayu, everyone rushed forward and started the battle. With the previous example, MC Mayu's attention was always on Zichen. Zichen followed the team and attacked. As for the distribution of the spoils, it was still the same as before. Zichen was the last. After the battle began, the fiend celestial beasts rushed forward. Following that, the few people brought by MC Mayu also went forward. MC Mayu remained at the back. He had not attacked yet. After a while, the group returned under the lead of the fiend celestial beast. Nobody knew what the two of them said, but MC Mayu immediately said, "Everyone, let's change our route." MC Mayu personally took action and walked in another direction. Zichen's soul energy extended and discovered a towering mountain peak. There were many demonic creatures on the mountain peak, and there was an abnormal fluctuation on the peak. Zichen guessed that MC Mayu's real target was there. Chapter 42:18. Zichen's soul energy was out of the ordinary. He sensed everyone's intention in advance. At the same time, he also guessed MC Mayu's real intention. This area was indeed a land of opportunity. If those 7 stars and 8 stars left after obtaining the opportunity, their future achievements would be limitless. It was hard to say whether they could reach the level of a holy venerable, but there should be some who could reach the level of a half-step holy venerable. However, no one retreated. Either they were unwilling, or their leader did not agree. Then, the original opportunity would become a danger. Zichen looked at these people. Before long, these people would become corpses. Naturally, MC Mayu's promise to everyone would no longer need to be fulfilled. Even the resources that everyone obtained along the way would become MC Mayu's alone. From the beginning, MC Mayu did not intend to let them live. They killed their way to the foot of the mountain. Many people were already injured. A heavy and oppressive aura emerged from the mountain peak. Everyone found that they had lost their ability to fly. When they approached the mountain peak, there was a restriction between heaven and earth. In front of MC Mayu, more than 10 rays of light appeared. These were pure royal tribe power and were particularly eye-catching. Everyone's originally weak state seemed to have recovered a little after sensing these royal tribe power. MC Mayu said in a low voice, "If you successfully reach the mountain peak, everyone will be rewarded with a royal tribe power. The gains along the way will still be yours." With such a high reward, everyone's eyes burned with passion. MC Mayu said, "Trust me, as long as you follow me, you will have endless resources. Everyone take a short break, then we'll kill our way to the mountain peak. That's our destination this time." Everyone was unusually excited. Their expressions were particularly agitated because they did not know what kind of powerful existence was on the mountain peak. In other directions, some people had already killed their way to the mountain peak. However, this path was not easy to walk on. Those places had already suffered heavy casualties. Zichen had reason to believe that with NCMAU's connections, he had discovered the abnormality in advance. After 2 hours, everyone finished resting and began to climb the mountain. Rays of light fell from the sky and turned into Devil Clan creatures. Mo Xian looked at the Devil Clan creatures in front of him and said coldly, "Everyone, don't hold back. Attack with all your might." Zichen had a Demon Clan saber in his hand. This was the spoils of war he obtained after killing a 9-star Saint Spirit Demon Snake Guard commander. The broadsword had already undergone a small refinement, and at this moment, it had merged with Zichen's aura, so no flaws could be seen. I'll go first. Zichen gripped his large saber and rushed forward. Demonic energy surged on the saber, and a powerful aura flowed out. 1. The long blade in Zichen's hand trembled, and his magic power began to surge. Circles of ripples spread out with him as the center. At that moment, everyone nearby felt threatened, including the 9-star Saint Spirits. World Annihilation Slash! With a low shout, a black demon chi burst out. The demonic chi instantly pierced through the bodies of the 2 demonic creatures in front of him and sent the third flying. When the saber light disappeared, Zichen's face immediately turned pale. His aura also became extremely weak, and his body staggered, almost falling. He held his saber in one hand and walked forward, picking up the 2 pure energy lights. However, he did not take them both. He only kept one of them and threw the other to Mo Xian, who was stunned. I don't have the strength to attack for now. The rest is up to you. Zichen walked toward the back of the team, his face still pale. His saber strike had shocked many people. Mo Xian was a little scared. He thought that this guy was not much, but he did not expect him to be so powerful. Fortunately, it was only one strike. If he could be so powerful for more than 10 consecutive strikes, how terrifying would that be? There was also a look of surprise in Mo Wudu's eyes. At that moment, a sense of appreciation for talent was born in his heart. An 8-star already had such combat strength. What if he reached 9-star? He glanced at the fiend celestial beast beside him. The latter's eyes seemed to be filled with disdain. Zichen walked to the back of the team after his saber strike. He was considered safe now. The others continued to attack. Some people were injured, and soon, there were casualties. After one person died, Emowudu said in a low voice, "Continue to advance. I'll give the dead person an extra royal power. When the time comes, I'll have someone send it back to his family. Also, the spoils that belong to him will be sent back as well." Initially, there were still people who wanted to collect their companions' corpses. However, after hearing Emowudu's words, they dismissed the idea. After all, he was in existence with the fiend celestial beast. He would not care about these resources, so it was necessary to keep his word. Emowudu's people went forward and collected the corpses. As they reached the top, one existence after another died in battle. The first to die were 7 stars. After the team was reorganized again and again, the number of people became fewer and fewer. When they reached 1/3 of the summit, Zichen, whose face had become rosy, walked back into the team. However, he only followed the team and did not attack immediately. Because his techniques were too powerful, they could only serve as a deterrent, or he could only attack at the critical moment. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Zichen still stayed beside Mo Xian and the others. This made them feel more at ease. After a cup of tea's worth of time, danger struck. Just as death enveloped them, a black waterfall lit up. 3 demonic tribe creatures lost their heads and became 3 forces. When the danger disappeared, Mo Xian and the others had lingering fear on their faces. When they looked at the pale-faced Zichen again, there was only gratitude in their eyes. If it were not for Zichen, they would have been annihilated. Zichen continued to retreat, not even taking the 3 forces. The 3 9-star Saint Spirits, who followed him, divided these forces. Zichen, who was walking out of the team, swallowed a demonic tribe medicinal pills so that he could recover quickly. When they reached 2/3 of the summit, Zichen recovered once again. This time, he joined the team and did not use any killing moves. Instead, he used ordinary strength to resist. This was because if he attacked now and became weak, the others would definitely not give him a chance to rest. Too many people had died. Perhaps after they reached the summit, there would not be many people left alive. After a long battle and sacrificing the lives of many Saint Venerables, the team finally reached the summit. There were 5 9-star Saint Spirits left, and 4 of them were from MC Mayu. As for the 8-star Saint Spirits, there were only 4 left, and these 4 were from the same team. Mo Xian was still alive. This was because Zichen had helped them several times during this period. That was why the 4 of them were able to survive. At this moment, their eyes were filled with gratitude towards Zichen. If it were not for Zichen, they would have died long ago. However, just as they reached the summit, before they could react, a tall demonic figure appeared in front of them. The figure was 3 feet tall, and the aura emitted from its body was extremely terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. In the previous battle, they were already severely injured. Now that they did not have much strength left, how could they fight against such a powerful existence? Someone looked back at MC Mayu. Until now, he had not made a move and had been conserving his strength. His fiend celestial beast was obviously very powerful, but it had been following behind without making a move. The only 9-star Saint Spirit present said, "Sir, we have no more strength to fight. We hope you can help us." This time, they had recruited many 9-star Saint Spirits, but only one of them was alive. The other 4 were originally from MC Mayu. "You've all done well. After I kill this beast, everyone will be rewarded." MC Mayu walked forward. The fiend celestial beast slowed down slightly. The 4 9-star Saint Spirits stepped aside, and MC Mayu walked forward alone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to fight anymore. Zichen was the only one who knew that everyone's mission had been completed. Next, it was time for them to show their true colors. Their lives began to count down. MC Mayu was worthy of having a fiend celestial beast. He only used 1 punch to repel the tall creature. A ripple spread out, bringing with it a terrifying hurricane. The few people nearby retreated, as if they could not even stand properly. The tall creature immediately retreated, stumbling. MC Mayu was also pushed back a few steps. His face was slightly pale, and his right hand that had punched was trembling slightly. The fiend celestial beast that had appeared behind him unknowingly opened its mouth. As if a huge black hole had opened, it swallowed his opponent in one gulp. When the retreating crowd saw this, they could not help but be stunned. The biggest threat was taken care of just like that. This was too powerful. Everyone was shocked, but they also felt melancholy. If they had attacked earlier, they believed that at least half of the people here would have died. This sadness disappeared in a flash. It was not easy to fight their way to the top of the mountain and survive. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. At this moment, MC Mayu came back to his senses. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. However, MC Mayu only snorted coldly. This stunned everyone, and they were somewhat puzzled. MC Mayu walked forward. When he reached the top, ripples appeared, and then the ripples turned into a passageway. Looking at the passageway in front of him, MC Mayu's eyes were filled with fanaticism. The fiend celestial beast that had just swallowed a powerful creature was also breathing faster. The real opportunity was in this place. When the others saw the passageway in front of them, they were all very surprised. They were very concerned about the power of the royalty, but they did not disturb MC Mayu at this moment. Instead, they waited quietly. However, what they waited for was MC Mayu taking a step forward and disappearing with the fiend celestial beast. "Sir, this?" asked the 9-star Saint Spirit. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp blade appeared behind him and pierced through his back, completely penetrating his heart. The 9-star Holy Spirit turned around slowly and glanced at the person who attacked. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting side by side. Mo Xian and the others were shocked. He shouted out involuntarily. "What are you doing?" Zichen said calmly from the side. "Is there a need to ask?" "Of course, we're silencing them and robbing them of their resources." "Are you really waiting for them to keep their promise?" Shili, who had killed the 9-star Holy Spirit, turned around and smiled at Zichen. "Smart!" Mo Xian and the other two's expressions changed drastically. "Why is that? Didn't we have an agreement before?" The 3 began to retreat. They were already injured and had consumed a lot of energy. How could they be a match for 4 9-star Holy Spirits? Suddenly, Mo Xian saw Zichen and realized that he was fearless. He did not know whether Zichen had the strength or not, so he immediately shouted, "Sir, save me!" The other 2 also had pleading looks on their faces. Shili said disdainfully, Count on him? He's the same as you guys. He's just an 8-star Holy Spirit. He can't even protect himself now. Zichen glanced at the three and said, "The reason why I saved you guys is to let you know that even if you don't die in battle, you'll still die in the end." When they were recruiting you guys, they had this idea and thought, "Do you really think the power of the royalty is that easy to obtain? It's just bait to lure you guys into it and bury your own lives. Even if you're lucky enough to survive, they'll stab you in the back." Zichen sighed. "It's impossible to get the resources because they're all theirs, including your harvest." And Mo Xian and the other two were in despair. Shili smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. I don't want to kill you anymore." Zichen glanced at Mo Xian and said, "Although I have the ability to save you now, I'm sorry, I don't plan to do so. Because you guys had ideas about me before, you deserve to die." The three were even more desperate. It was the despair after seeing hope. Zichen paused for a moment and said, "But don't worry, you won't die in vain. Not only will I kill the 4 of them to avenge you, but I'll also kill Mo Wudu and his fiend celestial beast to avenge you. Just like how they invited you to join the team, you're destined to die. Since I've joined the team, they're destined to die." Hearing this, Mo Xian and the other two did not know whether to laugh or cry. Shili laughed. "This is the biggest joke I've heard in my life." Zichen added, "And the last joke." Suddenly Zichen said, "No, you can hear one more joke. You know that the demonic snake guards suffered heavy casualties and even many 9-star commanders died, right?" Zichen pointed at himself. "I was the one who killed those people. It's a joke, right?" Zichen's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the back of Shi Li's group. With a loud bang, a 9-star saint spirit who tried to escape through the passage was forcefully pushed back. After landing, he began coughing up blood. His face was filled with horror. The other three's faces changed. They immediately turned to look at Zichen. Their expressions became solemn. At this moment, no one thought that Zichen was joking. You ran away in fear when others said a few jokes. Are you still a 9-star saint spirit? Zichen held the long saber and smiled faintly. There are more jokes. Keep listening. This saber is not my weapon. I got it from killing a 9-star commander. It's my trophy, but it's enough to kill all of you. The expressions of the 4 9-star saint spirits began to change. Zichen added, Did you guys think that my saber strike was quite strong and posed quite a threat to you guys? To tell you the truth, I can use that kind of saber strike 1,000 times without feeling tired. The 4 were in despair. At this moment, the black saber flashed and illuminated their eyes. Chapter 42:19. Now that MCMAU had entered the Devil God's relic, the real opportunity had just begun. Looking at the densely packed Devil Clan creatures in front of him, MCMAU sneered. The real danger has begun. Something appeared in his hand. It was a small black bowl, about the size of a palm. Devil power surged into the small bowl, and it immediately flew into the air and began to expand. Then, one figure after another appeared. These were all devils, and their auras were strong. The weakest among them was an 8-star Holy Spirit, and their auras were very close. They were all well trained. These were MCMAU's real trump cards. The ones he had recruited before were just cannon fodder. Why aren't they back yet? MCMAU looked behind him. The 4 of them should not have taken so long to deal with this. Whatever, let's kill our way in first. Obviously, he was not willing to waste his time for these 4 people. 3 9-star Holy Spirits had fallen, and only Shili was left. And Mo Xian and the other 2 were still alive, but they did not feel happy because Zichen had made it clear that no one would survive in the end. Zichen kept the corpses of the 3 9-star Holy Spirits and smiled faintly. Look, I'm the one who has the last laugh. Shili no longer had the arrogance from before. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear. The reason he was still alive was not because of how strong he was, but because Zichen had held back. It was on purpose. Zichen looked at the 4 people and said, "Which one of you will die first?" And Mo Xian begged in fear. "Sir, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm willing to give you everything I have," Zichen said faintly. "After I kill you, your things are still mine. Tell me, who will die first?" And Mo Xian wanted to beg again. Zichen said, "I'll tell you another secret. I'm not actually from the Devil Clan. I'm from the Spirit Clan. The reason why I came to the Devil Clan is to destroy this plan." At this moment, Mo Xian was completely desperate. He no longer begged for mercy. After knowing this biggest secret, he believed that he would not be able to survive. Since he couldn't live, he might as well accept his death. He pointed at Shili and said, "Can you cut this guy into 8 pieces?" Shili angrily said, "You are courting death." And Mo Xian laughed coldly and said, "It's all because of you, damn you. You tricked us into joining you. So what if we cut you into 8 pieces? He looked at the other 2 and said, "What do you think?" The 2 immediately nodded in agreement. The minority obeys the majority. Zichen took out his saber and cut off one of Shili's arms. The second cut off both of his arms and legs. And Mo Xian and the other 2 laughed sinisterly. At this moment, they were feeling extremely carefree. This could be considered as someone taking revenge for him. Shili began to curse. Zichen cut a few more times, and it was exactly 8 pieces. Shili's soul was destroyed and he died. Zichen put away the incomplete corpse. These corpses could be used to condense the power of the demon race. Most importantly, they had the harvest of everyone before. Zichen looked at the 3 of them. "Since we're all on the same team, I'll let the 3 of you kill yourselves. Or rather, if you want to fight it out, that's fine too." Pooh! Pooh! 2 sharp blades, one on the left and one on the right, pierced through the bodies of the 2 people beside him. And Mo Xian held the blades in his hands with a sinister smile on his face. The 2 people fell into a pool of blood. Zichen's expression was calm. Plop! And Mo Xian knelt on the ground and said, "Please spare my life. From now on, I will be your slave or servant. It will all be up to you." Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't need it." "Kill yourself?" And Mo Xian unwillingly said, "Please reconsider. And Mo Xian will be loyal to you until death." Zichen continued to shake his head. "I don't dare to accept your loyalty." "Then you can go die." A cold light suddenly flew out from the ground under Zichen's feet and slanted towards Zichen's chin. This was a forceful attempt to pierce through Zichen's head. And Mo Xian's eyes were fixed in front of him. His expression was sinister and filled with endless hatred. 2 fingers forcefully pinched the sharp blade, causing Mo Xian's attack to miss. Zichen said indifferently, "Until you reach a certain height, you won't know what kind of power we have. What you think is a covert action is a complete joke to me." A black light flew out from Zichen's sea of consciousness. It turned into a black soul lightsaber and sank into Mo Xian's sea of consciousness. Mo Xian's widened eyes immediately lost their luster. The trembling sharp blade also calmed down under Zichen's 2 fingers. Mo Xian raised his head and fell down. Zichen walked forward and collected the 3 corpses. At this point, all the rewards of MC Meiyu's recruitment were in Zichen's hands. Zichen looked at the passageway in front of him that had not yet closed and said, "MC Meiyu, it's your turn now." Zichen walked into the passageway. With a series of ripples, Zichen appeared in an empty space. There were traces of a battle ahead, but MC Meiyu's figure was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that during the time he was delayed, the other party had already gone deep in. Zichen looked at these traces of a battle and realized that they were not left behind by one person. It seemed that a large army had passed through here. Zichen was not surprised. "Looks like MC Meiyu brought people here." Initially, Zichen found it strange. Based on MC Meiyu's network, how could they only bring 4 9-star saint spirits over? Now he understood. Zichen walked forward. However, just as he arrived at the battlefield, a bright light shone down. The demonic creatures that had been cleaned up before had appeared once again. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Looking at these devil clan creatures, Zichen was a little surprised. He was slightly startled, but he did not pay too much attention to it because in the next moment, he called out the spectre again. Seeing these devil clan creatures, the spectre's eyes began to shine. Without needing Zichen's instructions, the spectre charged forward. This time, it did not use its killing technique. Although it could not kill a group at once, its combat strength was not weak at all. Zichen walked forward. A black hurricane appeared beside him. This hurricane was not created by Zichen using his power, but by the spectre's high-speed rotation. All the devil clan creatures that rushed toward Zichen would be killed and then devoured by the spectre. It was just that the spectre's speed was so fast that its body disappeared, leaving only afterimages. Previously, MC Mayu was unwilling to take action himself because he wanted to preserve his strength. Right now, Zichen was also planning to do the same. However, the spectre beside him was already comparable to MC Mayu's entire demonic tribe army. Zichen walked directly toward the end. Along the way, his soul explored the surroundings but did not find any opportunities. It seemed that he had to keep walking. Chapter 42:20. A black basilica appeared in front of MC Mayu. More than half of the great army he brought with him had died in battle, and the rest were also badly wounded. It was not easy to make it here. It required countless lives to fill in. Fortunately, he had finally made it here. If the news is true, then there's something left behind by the demon god in this basilica. As long as I bring the fiend celestial beast, I can take it away without a hitch. MC Mayu's eyes became fanatical. At this moment, there was a strange movement behind him. It's them? MC Mayu turned around. His field of vision was empty. He released his soul power and found something unusual. His expression changed. It's him? Within the range of his soul power, Zichen was killing the enemy alone. The place where the great army had cleared out earlier was filled with demon tribe creatures. While he was surprised, MC Mayu was also shocked. He could make it here because of the great army beside him. However, Zichen was alone. How did he make it here? What about Shili and the others? Why did they not appear? The four of them working together should be able to kill a mere 8-star Holy Spirit. Initially, he had planned to look for the opportunity immediately. However, he decided to postpone it. After all, no one would come here again. He would see what Zichen had up his sleeves. Zichen had not appeared in his field of vision yet, but MC Mayu could see him clearly with his soul power. Gradually, his expression changed again. Those demon tribe creatures could not get close to Zichen at all. Any existence that tried to rush toward Zichen would be sent flying by Zichen. MC Mayu could see Zichen with his soul power. Of course, Zichen could see him as well. He had noticed MC Mayu even earlier, so he had Spectre hide again. He faced the demon tribe creatures alone for the rest of the journey. He had also noticed the basilica and noticed MC Mayu's gaze. He could even see the subtle changes in the other party's expression clearly. He moved forward at a steady pace. In his mind, he was thinking about how to catch all those people in one fell swoop. Zichen finally appeared in his field of vision, and all the demons were finally cleared out. MC Mayu looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to have such combat strength. You hit it well. Your men are all dead," said Zichen. "It's your turn now." "Really?" MC Mayu laughed mockingly. "You want to kill me? Have you asked them?" The people who were still recuperating got up one by one and stood in front of Zichen. Murderous intent started to surge around them. Zichen said, "They are already so seriously injured, and you still want them to fight? MCW do, I advise you to be kind. How about this, you and I will fight to the death. After you die, I promise to let them all live." Amowudu coldly said, "Your plan to sow discord is useless against them. If I die here today, they won't be able to leave alive." "I see." Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he looked at the great hall in front of him and asked, What is that? Do you think I'll tell you? Asked MC Mayu. Zichen said. Between you and me, one of us has to die. If you die, you'll take the secret here with you. Isn't that a pity? Of course, if you have the ability to kill me, the secret will still be yours alone. Why, do you not have confidence in yourself, or do you feel fear in your heart? MC Mayu snorted. I don't know who you are, or what trump cards you used to get here, but I know very well that you will definitely die. Zichen said. Then let's share the secret here. MC Mayu glanced at his subordinates. He had not given the order to fight yet, so they were still standing where they were, recuperating. He said, As you can see, there's a great hall here. Legend has it that the devil god built it specially back then, and left something in the great hall. Zichen asked. How do you know? You don't have to worry about that. MC Mayu said. There is more than one great hall like this, so whether there is anything good in it, it all depends on luck. He pointed to the great hall behind him and said, Only by walking here can you be considered to have truly stepped into the devil god's ruins. The things before are nothing. Legend has it that only by obtaining the thing inside can you be qualified to obtain the devil god's final legacy, and ultimately become the new devil god. This was a secret. It was even a huge secret. It was also the devil world's biggest secret, and MC Mayu had told Zichen just like that. From this point, it was enough to see the other party's complete confidence in winning. Zichen shook his head and said, What a pity! What's a pity? Asked MC Mayu. It seems that the devil god really put in a lot of effort for the future development of the devil clan. First, it was as if he had given away his power for free, then this great hall. Unfortunately, because of your greed, you wanted to take everything for yourself, causing the death of countless holy spirits. A resource that was supposed to make you strong, but it became something that harmed you. You really wasted the devil god's painstaking efforts. Zichen sighed, feeling very regretful. After this incident, Zichen believed that the devil world would definitely be affected. Even the speed of their attack on the Holy Spirit world would have to be slowed down. MC Mayu laughed coldly. So what? Those who died were just some outsiders. As long as we can grow stronger, it's fine. Zichen could not refute that MC Mayu was wrong, because this was what most people thought. The devil world was like this, and so was the Holy Spirit world. MC Mayu pointed behind him and said, I'll be waiting for you inside with the resources left behind by the devil god. Don't let me down, okay? After saying that, MC Mayu turned around and walked into the depths. Those who had been temporarily healed earlier charged at Zichen. Zichen looked at these people and shook his head in pity. Why are you in such a hurry to die? He immediately retreated, and behind him, an open passage appeared. Zichen entered the passage. The devil clan could not help but look stunned, as if they were hesitating. At this moment, the passage began to close. They no longer hesitated and entered madly. The passage came from Zichen's great hall. At this moment, Zichen was standing in his own great hall. Su the hall spirit looked at Zichen and said unhappily, You're cheating. Zichen said, Isn't this a special time? Of course, special treatment is needed. The devil god's ruins are of no use to you. Why do you care so much? Su the hall spirit said. Speaking of which, you still don't want to fight. Chapter 42-21. Back then, when Zichen saw MC Mayu's fiend celestial beast, his expression became strange. That was because it was clearly a standing pig, or rather, a battle pig. It looked very funny, but everyone was very shocked. At that time, Zichen looked down on that pig, but its aura was very similar to Spectre's. Of course, Spectre's aura was much purer than its. It was not easy for Zichen to obtain the spirit. Part of it was the mysterious ghost spirit holy talisman, while the other part was formed from the ghost spirit cultivation method. After various fortuitous encounters, the two finally merged to form the spirit. Zichen had witnessed the strength of Spectre. Back then, he was lost in that world because of Spectre's soul-devouring technique, but Spectre was not lost. It reminded him several times to wake him up. This time, MC Mayu came here to find opportunities with the help of that pig. Zichen had a spectre with a pure aura, so naturally, he wanted to give it a try. Su the Hall Spirit glanced at Zichen and said, "Just this once." Zichen grinned, and his figure disappeared into thin air. The demons who entered this place would never be able to leave, and they would never be able to survive. After appearing, Zichen walked forward. The door of the main hall was already closed. He walked to the door, exerted force with both hands, and pushed forward. The door of the main hall opened slowly, and Zichen walked in. In Zichen's field of vision, there were some corpses lying haphazardly. Those corpses were incomplete, probably the work of that pig beside MC Mayu. The air was filled with a considerable amount of pressure. Every step forward seemed to be carrying a heavy load. If what happened before was an opportunity, then this was a test. MC Mayu could kill its way in, proving that it had some tricks up its sleeve. Of course, it was only a few tricks. The main hall in front was closed. Zichen walked to the door. He pushed the door again. A torrent seemed to appear in front of him, and countless lights appeared in Zichen's field of vision. A powerful black claw appeared in the light, going straight for Zichen's neck. Zichen raised his palm, and magic bloomed in his palm. With a loud bang, Zichen took a few steps back. The light in front of him disappeared. Zichen saw the pig-like fiend celestial beast. There was a hint of surprise in its blood-red eyes. Zichen looked ahead through the open palace doors. He saw MC Mayu standing there, his entire body bathed in black light, as if he was receiving some kind of inheritance. Zichen's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the fiend celestial beast. With a loud bang, the fiend celestial beast was sent flying. Its body smashed into Emowudu's body, interrupting the other party's opportunity. Of course, when he saw Z, he was in the end. When he saw Zichen, he was in the end. In the end, he came here, he was alone. He came here to obtain the opportunity here alone. To prevent that. Who would have thought that the other party would arrive so quickly? "You're courting death!" The Fiend Celestial's inheritance was interrupted. MC Mayu was enraged. With a roar, he charged towards Zichen. Above his clenched fist, a demonic shadow appeared. A powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Zichen's expression did not change when he saw this punch. He clenched his fist and attacked. His punch was not as violent as MC Mayu's. However, when he punched, the surrounding space seemed to have changed. MC Mayu's expression changed. This was caused by the power being condensed to a limit. He did not expect the other party, who was only an 8-star, to have such brilliant control of power. Zichen's punch looked steady and not fast. However, the oppressive aura made it impossible for MC Mayu to change his move. The two fists met, and energy surged out. A magic ripple visible to the naked eye wreaked havoc in the hall. Zichen's body swayed slightly as he stood on the spot while Emowudu took a few steps back. "Is this your power? That's all there is to it." Zichen smiled faintly. His tone was calm, but the sarcasm was obvious. That punch was not weak, but in the Saint Spirit realm, it was far from the top of the group of people. "Who exactly are you?" MC Mayu looked at Zichen in shock. An 8-star could force him to retreat. This was the first time in his life. "After being tricked by you, I'm angry and decided to fight back and take revenge," Zichen said with a smile. "You're courting death." MC Mayu's single eye flashed coldly. He began to form a seal in his hand. A huge demonic spear loomed. The oppressive aura around them became stronger. The floor of the hall seemed to have begun to tremble slightly. Zichen looked at MC Mayu quietly. He did not deliberately accumulate power. "Go to hell!" The long spear trembled and charged towards Zichen like a bolt of black lightning. The distance between the two parties was not far. At this moment, MC Mayu attacked with all his might. This attack arrived in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the fiend celestial beast that quietly appeared behind Zichen also launched an attack at Zichen. Looks like you've used this move quite often. You've connected it well. Zichen smiled faintly. He did not seem to use any force, but two rays of light appeared on their own. One of them turned into an ancient shield and appeared behind Zichen on its own, blocking the fiend celestial beast's attack. A long spear appeared in front of Zichen. He used the spear as a staff and immediately smashed it down. With a boom, the long spear that was completely condensed from demonic power exploded. After the ancient shield blasted away the fiend celestial beast, it arrived in front of Zichen. Zichen held a spear and a shield in one hand. He looked at MCMAU with a slightly provocative gaze. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. MCMAU's expression began to change. What, do you have a trump card that you can't bear to use? Zichen's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the pig-like fiend celestial beast. Two flashes of light could be seen. During this time, the sound of power colliding could be heard. After about 100 collisions, the fiend celestial beast was sent flying, and its body crashed heavily onto the ground. The fiend celestial beast fell to the ground and coughed up blood. It was no match for Zichen at all. MCMAU, whose expression had changed, no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, a pagoda appeared in front of him. The pagoda was 7 stories tall, and its surface was flowing with demonic light. Suppress! MCMAU roared angrily. The pagoda flew high into the sky and expanded wildly. The rules in the surroundings seemed to be drawn in. Zichen felt his body being restrained. Just as he was slightly surprised, the pagoda descended from the sky and enveloped Zichen. At this moment, at the lowest level of the pagoda, a human-shaped pattern appeared. It was Zichen's appearance, like a carving. Damn it! I actually have to waste a demon suppression pagoda to kill you! What a loss! Chapter 42-22. Zichen's body was already enveloped by the pagoda. The black pagoda began to shrink, spinning in the air until it was the size of an ordinary pagoda. Amowudu waved his hand, and the pagoda landed in his hand. Looking at the seal on the first layer that belonged to Zichen, a look of pain flashed across his eyes. ***, this was prepared for dealing with a half-step holy venerable. I didn't expect to use it on an idiot like you first. Amowudu said unhappily. This is a huge loss. This pagoda was one of his trump cards, reserved for great use. Unexpectedly, at this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the pagoda where Zichen had engraved the seal. This made Amowudu's expression change abruptly. Even against a half-step holy venerate, Xiao Chen's pagoda could hold its ground. How could it not trap a mere 8-star holy spirit? With a loud boom, the pagoda's layer that sealed Zichen shattered, and the powerful force directly pushed Amowudu back. The pagoda began to spin in the air, and a ray of light flew out from the shattered layer. It was Zichen. He glanced at the pagoda and said, Your power is not bad, but if you want to trap me, you're still a little lacking. Amowudu's hand seals appeared again, and the shattered layer of the pagoda fell off on its own. The original 7-story pagoda turned into a 6-story pagoda. The 6-story pagoda's surface glowed, and it looked like a complete whole. There was no sign of damage at all. Zichen was rather surprised by this. Let's see how many times you can break it. Amowudu's single eye flashed coldly, and he once again controlled the pagoda to fall toward Zichen. As expected, Zichen was trapped inside. This time, Amowudu did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his soul power to start sealing the pagoda layer by layer. But it was useless. After just 3 breaths, the pagoda exploded. It was still the layer that trapped Zichen that was forcibly broken through. Let's try again. Zichen, who had successfully escaped, looked at Amowudu and said. Amowudu gritted his teeth and continued to control the pagoda. The 6-story pagoda turned into a 5-story pagoda, and then trapped Zichen inside. Boom! Zichen forcibly broke open the pagoda. At that moment, the pagoda had 4 floors. Countless black lights were flowing on its surface. Even though the number of floors was very low, for some reason, it gave Zichen a powerful feeling. Do you dare to try again? MC Mayu asked alone. Then let's do it again, Zichen said in a low voice. MC Mayu alone controlled the 4-story pagoda to descend. Seeing that Zichen was about to be enveloped by the pagoda, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. This pagoda was no ordinary pagoda. Once it reached the 4th level, it would no longer seal the power of one level, but the power of all 4 levels at the same time. Under such circumstances, they could safely trap a half-step holy venerate. Although it was somewhat wasteful to deal with Zichen, this seemed to be the only way. When the 4-story pagoda fell, Zichen's figure disappeared. MC Mayu laughed alone. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. Aren't you smiling a little too early? Demonic light flowed on MC Mayu's body. He immediately turned around. A fist whistled through the air and landed on his opponent's face. It directly sent MC Mayu flying. The 4-story pagoda, which had missed its target, continued to rise into the air and descend towards Zichen. Do you really think I'm stupid? Zichen laughed disdainfully. His figure disappeared again, avoiding the pagoda's seal. However, the 4-story pagoda followed him like a shadow. It seemed that it would not disappear until it caught Zichen. Zichen appeared in several places, and the pagoda followed. Since you want to follow me so much, I'll accept you. Zichen's figure disappeared again. However, at the place where he disappeared, a ripple passage appeared. The 4-story pagoda crashed into it. When it encountered the ripple, it sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape. With palace spirits around, Zichen did not even look at the pagoda. Unless the pagoda was a venerable level true treasure personally refined by a holy venerable, it would not be able to escape the seal of the Zichen palace. MC Mayu lost his sense of the pagoda. His heart trembled. This guy named Zichen had given him too many surprises today. He glanced at the Fiend Celestial Beast. The Fiend Celestial Beast charged towards Zichen again. The spear was like a stick, drawing a half-arc in the sky. With a bang, the Fiend Celestial Beast flew backward. It was no match for him at all. MC Mayu said, Forget it. I'll admit that you have great power. It's time for us to show our strength. The Fiend Celestial Beast stood up and looked at Zichen with resentment. MC Mayu continued, At first I thought that I had many trump cards on me. This time, I should be able to go far. Along the way, I deliberately did not use too much power. I didn't expect to meet you. If that's the case, then I'll treat you as my mortal enemy. The Fiend Celestial Beast turned into a ray of light and flew toward MC Mayu, disappearing into his long robe. Then, an indescribably strong aura erupted from MC Mayu's body. Is this the fusion technique? Zichen's expression became serious. At this moment, MC Mayu gave him a strong sense of threat. This was something that had never happened before. After all, after advancing to 8-star, Zichen's combat strength was already unrivaled among holy spirits. Go to hell. MC Mayu smashed down with a fist, the force of his fist rolling toward him. In front of Zichen, a light shield bloomed, blocking in front of him. Just a mere demonic weapon. Watch how I break it. With a loud bang, Zichen's figure retreated. The light on the light shield gradually faded, but it was still intact. This weapon had an extraordinary origin. It was not something that a mere 9-star holy spirit could break. Then let's do it again. MC Mayu threw 3 consecutive punches. Zichen retreated continuously, but the light shield was still intact. The quality is not bad. I'll take it. MC Mayu laughed. Zichen said sarcastically, You! His figure flashed, his feet moving strangely, quickly approaching MC Mayu. The spear and shield in his hands disappeared at the same time, and he only used his fists. You have a death wish! MC Mayu's attack landed, but Zichen dodged it instantly, punching toward the opponent's side. Combat Arts. After one punch, Zichen's figure flashed again, followed by a second punch, and a third punch. After 10 punches in a row, MC Mayu's figure began to stagger, unable to maintain his center of gravity. Zichen was still punching, neither fast nor slow. Soon, 15 punches had been thrown. His punches came one after another, and the power in them kept pouring in. During this time, there would always be a portion of energy that would be quietly hidden. This was the essence of combat arts. After 30 punches, MC Mayu's attacks became fewer and fewer. After 50 punches, almost all of them were in a defensive state. After 80 punches, MC Mayu could no longer control his own body. After that, each of Zichen's punches was full force, hitting his opponent until he continuously changed directions. After the 90th punch, MC Mayu's body smashed into the ground. Zichen, whose face was slightly pale, said, "Die." A light erupted from MC Mayu's body, and his body was split into two. Chapter 42-23. Emowudu stood up awkwardly. The fiend celestial beast beside him was dispirited, no longer as arrogant as before. Zichen looked at the man and beast, asking, "How do you feel?" Emowudu's eyes were full of resentment. This unknown guy had extraordinarily strong combat power, but in the entire Saint Spirit realm, he had never heard of such a person. Who was he? Where did he come from? This was the question that Emowudu wanted to know the most, but there was no point in asking now. Because one of them had to die, and it had to be Zichen. Emowudu looked at Zichen and said coldly, "I admit that you're the biggest enemy I've ever met. So today, you must die," Zichen said lightly. "Because you're seriously injured now?" Nkuta pointed at the top of his head and said, "Earlier, even though you interrupted my opportunity, I still have some connection with this place and know what the inheritance here is. Now, even if I risk the backlash of the inheritance, I still have to kill you, right? Because right now, nothing is more important than one's own life." Zichen wanted to say that there was nothing wrong with the other party's logic, but it was useless in front of him. Emowudu looked at the fiend celestial beast again, saying, "Old friend, I'll have to trouble you. We have to live, don't we?" The fiend celestial beast coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. These 3 mouthfuls were all essence blood. After spitting it out, its aura became even more dispirited, as if even its realm had dropped. The essence blood spread in the sky, turning into a bloody mist that flew into the sky. The bloody mist turned into an eye in the sky, a bloody eye. At the same time, the fiend celestial beast merged with Emowudu again. During this time, Emowudu kept coughing up blood. It could be seen that after merging again, the other party's condition became very bad. His face was pale and his spirit was dispirited, but his eyes were still full of resentment when he looked at Zichen. "Go to hell." In the sky, the bloody eye began to shine. At the same time, there was a power that floated down from the palace. That power was mysterious and powerful. It was the true power of the demon god. Under the infusion of the demon god's power, the bloody eye became the eye of the demon god. The blood-red eye glowed as it looked at Zichen. Zichen, who was already on guard, felt a strange power enter his eyes and then his sea of consciousness. He stood there motionlessly as the light in his eyes slowly faded away. "What are you doing?" Zichen looked at the young boy in front of him, a look of panic in his eyes. "Zichen, we're brothers," the young man said with a laugh, then strode forward. He opened his arms and wanted to hug Zichen. Zichen didn't know why, but when he saw his good brother in front of him, he actually felt a sense of resistance. He really wanted to retreat and get rid of the other party, but his body wasn't under his control. The young man approached him and gave him a firm hug. In this cold and windy world, he could clearly feel the warmth of the hug. At this moment, the resistance in his heart seemed to lessen. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced through his heart. The good brother in front of him had a sinister smile on his face, like an evil spirit that had crawled out of the abyss. "Brother, don't blame me. For the sake of survival, I can only sacrifice you." The young man gently pushed Zichen. Zichen's body slowly retreated. Before he fell into the cliff, He called out the young man's name. Zhao Can. The young man's smile was brilliant, like a flower, but also like a delicate flower of death. Zichen fell into the snow and fainted. Not long after, he woke up. He glanced at his already healed wound. I'm Zichen. I'm the undying Zichen. He stood up, patted the snow off his body, and walked out of the valley. He returned to his sect and began to work hard on his cultivation. During this time, he felt as if he had forgotten something. Then, on his way out, he found a stalk of snow ginseng. The snow ginseng was guarded by wild beasts. He couldn't fight them alone, so he called his good brother over. The two of them went in search of opportunities, looking forward to entering the inner sect together. The two of them stood on top of a mountain. When they saw the undamaged snow ginseng in the distance, they embraced. In the end, it became an embrace of death. Zichen looked at the dagger in his chest, then slowly retreated. Before he fell into the cliff, he called out Zhao Can's name. Not long after he fell into the cliff, Zichen woke up again. I'm Zichen. I'm the Undying, he muttered. Even though he himself didn't know what was going on, he still didn't know. After returning to the sect, he began to work hard on his cultivation. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't high, and his progress was slow. He could only rely on external objects. And so, he found a stalk of snow ginseng. Next to it was a wild beast. He decided to ask his good brother for help, and the two of them entered the inner sect together. In this great hall, everything fell silent. Zichen's eyes were lifeless. He stood there motionless. Because MC Mayu had to control the eye with the demon god's power above his head, he had to pay a heavy price. Both of them didn't move. Zichen couldn't move, and MC Mayu couldn't do anything. After activating this move, the price to pay was beyond imagination. Fortunately, the effect was not bad. Every time the eye above his head flashed, it would take away Zichen's life force. At this moment, Zichen was obviously in some kind of illusory state, unable to extricate himself. If there were no other accidents, Zichen's life force would be obliterated and disappear just like that. This was the power and horror of the demon god's eye. It could silently and painlessly cause a person to die. Since his body couldn't move, MC Mayu couldn't quickly move forward to give Zichen the final fatal blow. However, he was still in a good mood. This was because looking at the current situation, Zichen was only a hair's breadth away from death. He would die just like that. Zichen's life force was slipping away, but he couldn't feel it. He could only keep repeating that strange scene. His consciousness was trapped in it, and he couldn't wake up for a long time. This was the biggest crisis Zichen had encountered since he came here. If no accident happened, Zichen would really die here. However, that accident happened. After countless revivals, Zichen's consciousness was still not clear. When his soul sensed the danger, it automatically put up a defense. His soul power also began to circulate wildly, like a violent vortex erupting from his consciousness. The life force that was slipping away was rapidly being devoured. At the same time, the power that belonged to the surroundings was also being devoured by Zichen's soul power. This included the remaining demon god's power in this great hall. As a wisp of the demon god's power entered his body, this power was not directly refined by Zichen. Instead, it entered Zichen's eyes. Chapter 42-24. A red light flashed in Zichen's eyes. His consciousness was separated from the circular environment. Looking at the eye that was still floating in front of him, and recalling the previous scene, Zichen felt a lingering fear. He had almost died in this place. However, it was also a coincidence that allowed him to understand the true meaning of the demon eye. The reason why he could wake up now was also because of the demon eye. As expected, it was not an easy task to comprehend the demon eye. The prerequisite for success was the help and guidance of a demon god's power. In other words, it was to open the door. Only when this power opened the door could one walk in. After successfully comprehending the demon eye on top of MC Mayu's head was no longer a threat to Zichen. This was like an ownerless house. MC Mayu was the first to arrive and was still a guest in the house. Since the owner was not around, they could use the things here at will. The eye that was activated earlier was considered a borrowing. On the other hand, Zichen had comprehended the demon god's eye midway. That was a cultivation method that belonged to the demon god. It was equivalent to him becoming the owner of this house. Therefore, if MC Mayu wanted to casually use his house's belongings, he would need the owner's permission. Zichen blinked his eyes and said, "Disperse." The demon eye on top of MC Mayu's head dispersed out of thin air. The demon god's power that belonged to it flew toward Zichen and entered his eyes. MC Mayu's body, which was in a combined state, was divided into two again. The demon god beast looked at Zichen's eyes, its eyes full of fear. Although MC Mayu did not sense anything strange, he sensed a strong sense of danger from Zichen. How is this possible? He was shocked and looked at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen did not pay attention to MC Mayu. Instead, he looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on the sky. With the demon god's eye, Zichen already knew what was used in this hall. There was the power left behind by the demon god. The inheritance of this power was the demon god's eye. What a coincidence! Zichen let out a sigh. If it wasn't the demon god's eye but some other power, then he would really be in danger this time. Zichen's gaze rested on Emowudu again. He said, "Don't feel like you've lost unjustly. In fact, you haven't lost unjustly at all. You may be able to beat others, but you definitely can't beat me, Zichen." Zichen smiled and a ray of light appeared beside Zichen. It was Spectre, who had been hiding. Ghost stood on Zichen's shoulder and stared at the fiend celestial beast. The fiend celestial beast, which was already terrified, instinctively let out a low roar. It was not a roar of intimidation, but of fear. That was an instinctive fear, as if a superior had descended, innately suppressing his aura. Emowudu's impact was much stronger than the fiend celestial beast's because the one standing in front was clearly the legendary fiend celestial beast. That was a real fiend celestial beast, an invincible battle pet belonging to the fiend celestial. Who was Zichen? An 8-star with such combat strength and skills. Was he the reincarnation of the fiend celestial? Zichen snapped his fingers lightly and Spectre opened its mouth and inhaled. The fiend celestial beast standing beside the demonic martial celestial beast fell limply to the ground. Its pure soul power was devoured by the spirit. Seeing this, Zichen was even more certain that his Spectre was also a fiend celestial beast. Moreover, it was a fiend celestial beast of a higher grade. Fiend celestial beast, this is a fiend celestial beast! Emowudu's subsequent exclamation also confirmed this point. At the same time, he also realized that his loss was not unjustly. It was just that his luck was too bad to have met Zichen. Zichen flew toward the sky. There was the inheritance left behind by the fiend celestial. Moreover, from the looks of it, he could still obtain it. Spectre inhaled again. This time, a strange soul energy landed on Emowudu's body. Emowudu, who was already injured, suffered a backlash from forcibly borrowing the demon god's power. He only resisted for a moment before collapsing. Just as his life faded away, the long robe on his body also became dull. The embroidery of the fiend celestial beast on it also disappeared. Zichen's body was shrouded in black light. This black light was the inheritance that Emowudu had previously obtained. However, Zichen had now comprehended the demon god's eye by chance, so this power would directly strengthen Zichen's demon god's eye. All the power gathered in Zichen's eyes and became the power of the demon god's eye. This was the pure demon god's power. Its grade was far superior to the royal power that Emowudu had previously used. This was the real opportunity. After the Spectre devoured Emowudu and the fiend celestial beast, it stayed at the side to protect Zichen. After a while, all the power was devoured by Zichen. Although there was no change in his realm, Zichen had gained another remarkable ability. That was the demon god's eye. After using this technique, he was like a real devil. After obtaining the power of the inheritance, just as Zichen was about to leave, he unexpectedly discovered that there seemed to be something else in the sky. However, as he looked carefully, he did not really see it. Even when he used his soul energy to sense it carefully, he did not discover anything. This made him very surprised. Could it all be an illusion? At this moment, Zichen thought of a possibility and directly used the demon god's eye that he had just mastered. As he closed and opened his eyes, light appeared from the bottom of his eyes. Zichen's vision became different. The specter in the distance looked in this direction with vigilance. At this moment, Zichen's aura underwent an obvious change. Although there was no scene of rolling demonic qi, his temperament had become extremely cold. Zichen saw a pair of eyes left in the sky. It seemed to be hidden in a hidden corner where time and space overlapped. Unless he used the demon god's eye, it would be impossible to see it. If he could not see it, he naturally could not get it. Zichen was very glad that he had discovered the abnormality in advance. Just as he saw that pair of eyes, the pair of eyes that seemed to have been thrown in the corner for countless years lit up. Their eyes met. Countless rays of light bloomed. Vaguely, there seemed to be a summoning force, as if someone was waving at the pair of eyes that lit up. The pair of eyes that had been sealed for many years left the corner, traveled through time and space, and arrived in front of Zichen. In the next moment, it sensed the aura of the same origin, so it immediately flew towards Zichen and entered his eyes. It was as if there were two red fireballs that entered Zichen's eyes. Zichen subconsciously closed his eyes, and two streaks of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 42-25. The cold voice Zichen heard came from the devil. But it was just a voice left behind many years ago, so he couldn't tell Zichen's real identity. Killing the spirit was his first task, which showed how much the devil hated the spirit. Even under such circumstances, he didn't forget to remind the people who came after him. Zichen listened quietly and didn't make any response. At this moment, the eyes were being assimilated by Zichen. This was the devil's eye left behind by the devil. Of course, Zichen wasn't sure if this was the same pair of eyes the devil used to fight. Or it could be said that this was a special existence similar to a soul weapon. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of the eyes, and there was a powerful force constantly attacking Zichen's mind, with a strong vibration of the soul. The aura around him became unstable. This situation lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it gradually calmed down. Zichen took a deep breath and wiped away the traces of blood and tears on his face. This time, he had gained a lot. Before leaving, Zichen walked around the hall again to see if he could find anything else. He even used the devil's eye again, but he found nothing. Walking out of the hall, a passage appeared in front of him. Zichen walked in. Zichen appeared in the crowd. There were many people here, and they all stopped. Occasionally, there were flashes of brilliance around, and demons appeared one after another. Zichen spread out his soul power and saw the abnormality in front of him. There were countless demons, but they all stood there motionless like zombies. Everyone was outside, and so far, no one had come forward. The people around were whispering. Some people were using rumors to discuss something. Zichen noticed Lu Jin and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Jin had seen Zichen a long time ago, but she remembered Zichen's words, so she didn't dare to contact him. "It is said that the devil's inheritance land is right in front of us, but it has been blocked by these creatures. Unlike before, there is no power to be gained from killing them this time. Plus, they are surprisingly strong. Everyone is waiting, and no one has gone yet. What about half-step holy venerables?" Zichen asked. "Not yet." At this moment, Lu Jun had a question in his heart. What about MC Mayu? The other party was quite famous and had a fiend celestial beast by his side. However, why did he disappear now? He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. Lu Jun recalled something and said, "There is a no-fly zone here, we can't fly over from above. If we want to go over, we can only kill our way out. Our Devil's Snake Guard has already started to form an alliance. Are you coming? Zichin did not agree immediately. He decided to wait and see. At this moment, a group of black-robed men moved. There were 12 of them, and they walked forward. A beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of the 12 people. An uproar erupted in the surroundings, because a half-step holy venerable appeared. This half-step holy venerate who appeared punched forward. A resplendent fist light flew forward. Everywhere the fist light passed, demon race creatures died. In the blink of an eye, a straight and empty path appeared. The leading half-step holy venerable led the 12 black-robed men forward. They were the first to advance. The surroundings were in an uproar. Zichen's expression changed. Earlier, he clearly felt the demonic god's energy. Like Shaochen, that half-step holy venerable had obtained a portion of the demonic god's inheritance. Based on the other party's attack, he should have obtained the demonic god's right arm. Only those who obtained the demonic god's inheritance could sense such an aura. Hence, Zichin decided to wait. At the same time, he wanted to see who obtained the demonic god's energy. After a while, another half-step holy venerable appeared. This time, he used the energy of his left arm. Unsurprisingly, 2 more people obtained the energy of the demonic god's leg. One of them was charging forward like a machine that opened up a path. All the demons that came into contact with him would be sent flying by the powerful shockwave. That should be the energy of the demonic god's physical body. Those powerful half-step holy venerables all entered. The others were also eager to give it a try, and began to form groups to advance. Zichin waited for a while longer. Then, Luzhin sent out a second invitation. The demonic snake guards prepared to charge in. Zichin rejected the invitation. He believed that no one else would come at this time, so he decided to enter alone. Zichin walked forward alone. Moreover, he didn't conceal his cultivation level and aura at all. Guessing his intentions, many people looked at him strangely. In this place, even a half-step holy venerate would have to lead a team forward. Even when countless 9-star holy spirits formed teams, they would still be on tenterhooks. What more a mere 8-star holy venerable? Was he sending himself to his death? When Zichin moved, the others did not move. They all looked at Zichin, or rather, they were waiting for him to die before the others left. Luzhin also noticed the scene. However, she did not say anything. It was not that she believed that Zichin could pass, but that if she sent a voice projection, others might hear her and discover her relationship with him. Before the crowd's gazes, Zichin arrived at the edge. He was only 30 meters away from the demon race creatures in front. After those half-step holy spirits killed the demon race creatures and walked over, new demon race creatures would appear in that empty space. Now, it looked like there were still many of them. Zichin closed his eyes, and his breathing calmed. His soul energy surged in his sea of consciousness, and gathered in his eyes. Zichin opened his eyes and looked ahead. No energy appeared, but the demon race creatures standing there disappeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, a huge vacuum appeared. Cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. The expressions of all the people waiting to see Zichin die changed. What kind of magic was this to kill so many with just a glance? Zichin walked into the vacuum. The demon race creatures that appeared here seemed to be testing everyone's strength. After he walked through the vacuum, the demon race creatures that disappeared earlier appeared again. They did not attack Zichin. Instead, they stayed where they were, quietly waiting for the second wave of enemies to arrive. Luzhin looked at Zichen's disappearing figure with a touch of expectation in her eyes. Perhaps this plan could really succeed. After smoothly passing through the test, Zichin saw a messy battlefield. The ground had collapsed, and there were huge cracks and ravines everywhere. In his field of vision, not even a blade of grass grew. This was a new battlefield. Or rather, it was the previous battlefield, but it was moved here by someone with great magic power. In the center of the messy battlefield, there was a mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, and it had a heavy aura. Apart from the mountain peak, everything else was in ruins. Those who came here before all went to the mountain peak. The sky restriction was still in place, so they had to climb to the top of the mountain. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.